Check, check. Check, check, check. Testing, check. Check, check, test, test. Check, check, test. Check, 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 check. Check, check. This mic 1, 2. This. Check, mic check. check, check, mic 1, 2, test.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to everyone. We'll be starting in a bit, but just before that, can we have everybody to move forward? Kita penuhkan saf di hadapan. Everybody is scattered, so it's just a little bit scattered here and there. Can we have the first three row, fill up the first three row in front? Nobody's moving. The first three row or the fourth row will be okay. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to start, and especially for photography, it will not look good. Can we have everybody's cooperation to move forward? The content forum over there, please come forward. Pak Lin and team. We'll be starting in a bit.
Check. Good morning, everyone. For those of you who've come in a bit late or tengah rasa sejuk, masih sejuk, there's still time to get a bit of coffee. Our panelists are still having a bit of a chat. We will start soon. So sempat lagi siapa yang belum mengopi untuk mengopi, mengetih yang belum mengetih. Kuih tiaw tu mungkin tak sempat kot, tapi lepas ni kita ada makan, so don't worry. Malaysian style, kita pagi-pagi, tengah hari pun ada, sambil bercakap pun boleh lagi ada. There will be morning tea and you'll be able to go out and refresh your cups of tea and coffee. So please bear with us, we'll start shortly. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Hi, we're about to begin the event. Actually, we're about to start right now. So if I can get everyone to be settled in their seats, that will be extremely great. All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Data Dialogue 2023, where we will unravel the mysteries of the digital world with a touch of humanity and a sprinkle of fun. We have many various and interesting, informative segments in this event today that we plan on exploring, especially with such a deep and a very nuanced topic like this. I'm Gelson. I am your MC for today, and would like to thank each and every single one of you for attending this event. And I am very, very excited to embark on this digital journey along with you. A very warm welcome for those of us who have also just walked in or are just walking in. If we haven't registered yet, don't worry. We do have registration outside as well. People that are very friendly. It will be just like talking to a friend. So before we start our event today, we will have a short briefing on safety, a short safety briefing video that's being played by the hotel. We would appreciate your attention to be directed to the screen up here, as your safety is our priority.
Warmest greeting from the Evali Putrajaya. We would like to thank you and please towards your Govindran, and on behalf of the management of the hotel, I would like to conduct a short safety. Warmest greeting from the Evali Putrajaya. We would like to thank you and please towards your event at this venue. My name is Govindran, and on behalf of the management of the hotel, I would like to conduct a short safety briefing. Step 1. Shoot the fire alarm trigger. Please stay calm and do not panic. While our
All right, do give us a moment. We're sorting out some technical difficulties.
Warmest greetings from the Evali Putrajaya. We would like to thank you and please towards your event at this venue. My name is Govindran, and on behalf of the management of the hotel, I would like to conduct a short safety briefing. Step 1. Shoot the fire alarm trigger. Please stay calm and do not panic while our emergency response team assesses the situation. If it's a false alarm, the team will normalize the system. Step 2. In the event of a real fire, the alarm will ring continuously on the affected floor, followed by an evacuation announcement to advise the public to leave the building. The alarm will ring intermittently for each floor above and below. Step 3. Stay calm and follow the directional exit sign closest to you. Do not use the lift. Exit in an orderly manner through the staircase to the designated assembly point, which is the open land in front of our hotel. Step 4. For those who are wheelchair bound, please stay calm and assemble at the lobby lift. Our emergency response team will assist you to the designated assembly point. Step 5. Head count will be carried out by the management staff. Your kind attention, cooperation, and adherence are much appreciated. Thank you and have a nice day.
All right, cool. That was the safety video. Now, moving on to the next part of this event. Before we begin our event, I would like to introduce the DOA recitation. We would like to invite Mr. Mok Safwan from CFM for a DOA recitation. Everyone, please welcome Mr. Mok Safwan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Kita mulakan bacaan Ummul Kitab Al-Fatihah. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabbihi ajma'in. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang Maha Pemurah lagi Maha Penyayang. Kami berhimpun pada hari ini berdoa memohon rahmat dan hidayah darimu. Semoga dengan rahmat itu Engkau berikan petunjuk kepada kami. Engkau perkukuhkan perpaduan kami. Engkau perbaiki urusan agama dan urusan dunia kami. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami yang memiliki segala kekuasaan dan kemuliaan, kurniakanlah taufik dan hidayah-Mu kepada kami. Restuilah perancangan kami. Bimbinglah kami dengan petunjuk-Mu yang berterusan. Pimpinlah kami sekalian ke jalan yang lurus dan benar yang membawa kepada ketenteraman dan kesejahteraan. Hindarkanlah kami sekalian dari segala malapetaka dan sifat yang keji. Selamatkanlah kami sekalian dari perselisihan yang boleh membawa perpecahan dan kebinasaan. Anugerahkanlah kepada kami kekuatan dan keupayaan untuk merangka strategi. Rabbana 'alaika tawakkalna wa ilaika anabna wa ilaikal masir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wasallam. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce the VIPs that we have up here at the front, in front of the stage. Among our VIPs, we have the chairman of CFM, Mr. Megat Ishaq Munur Rashid. We have everyone give them a big clap. We have the deputy chairman, Mr. Zulfikar MD Saleh. We have our honorable guest, Dato' Idrani Turaisingam, the Vice President and Legal Advisor of the Federation of Malaysian Consumers Associations. And we have our honorable guest, Dr. Cheryl Bah Kumara Kulaisinghe, Ketua Seksyen Hal Ehwal Pengguna Data from Jabatan Perlindungan Data Peribadi Malaysia. All right, with the introductions done, Norina from CFM would also like to say a few words. Everyone, please give her a warm welcome of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm not slated to speak purely because I talk a lot. I'd also like to, we missed out in the introductions, Puan Kaniza Khalid, who is our incoming ED, so she'll be the face that you'll be dealing with in the coming months. I did say I was not going to talk, but I am going to a little bit, because as I look around the place, I'm actually overcome with gratitude, and I'm really, really happy that everyone is here today. I feel almost like we're here at a gathering or a convention of superheroes, because you see, we have the guardians of data protection, and that's JPDP. We have the defender of consumer rights, that's FOMCA. We have the protectors of the laws of the land, and that's of course Bar Council. For the panelists that I've put you in the back row, we just didn't have enough seats at the back here, so I do apologize. no way demeans or reduces your role in today's proceedings. We have, of course, the regulator, which is MCMC. We have the provider of quality and biased content, and that's by their own website. And that's, of course, Soya Chinchao. And we have the builder of hopes for cyber users, and that's also from their website, and that's MCCA. Aside from that, we have KKD. Of course, the ministry is very important in any of our proceedings. We have our member organizations. Thank you so much for being here. I recognize that many of you have taken yourselves away from your busy schedules to be here this morning. Sister forums, so welcome. Everyone else that I've forgotten to mention, thank you very much for being here. This event is not done alone by CFM. It's done together with the IO Foundation. Now, the IO Foundation are advocates for digital rights, so they're the correct party to be here. And ladies and gentlemen, if you are going to debate anything, these are the people that you call. You call the MWSDES, and that's the singkatan for the Malaysian World School Debate Education Society, and you will be seeing them in action. So other than that, that's it from me. I'm going to hand you back to Gelson. Thank you very much. I hope you have an interesting and illuminating session. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Norina. Now let's move on to the heart of today's event. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Megar Ishak Munor Rashid, the chairman of CFM, to deliver the opening remarks and a brief introduction of CFM. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Megar Ishak Munor Rashid.
Thank you, Gelson. Hi, Assalamualaikum, and good morning, everyone. Panelists, guests, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning, middle of the week, to attend this very relevant and very timely discussion, data dialogue. Okay, but before I go any further, let's have a recap on what CFM is all about. The Consumer Forum of Malaysia has been around for many, many years. We're looking at about 21 years we've been in existence. The sole objective of the CFM is basically to not just help the industry, but to help self-regulate the industry. When the CMA Communications Multimedia Act in 1998 came about, the whole idea for us to actually deal with the oncoming convergence of technology was the self-regulation of what you do, what the service providers provide. So when that happens, when you have self-regulation, you also have, you have your own codes of conduct, and that's where CFM comes in. CFM has a constitution. It is a society made up of, very interestingly, made up of the service providers on the one side, known as supply side, and on the other side, we have the demand side or the consumer groups. Like my deputy, Encik Zul, he's from Malacca. So the whole idea is to actually have a balance, demand and supply side, to look into issues of complaints, to look into issues of awareness, to create an awareness among users of the industry, users of the services within the industry. Everybody in this room utilizes technology, utilizes communication technology. And CFM is the one and only body that looks to protect your rights as a consumer, at the same time enables you the power of knowledge on what your rights are in this industry. All right. And today's topic on data, data dialogue. Why is it relevant now? Okay. The question is, why isn't it relevant earlier? Okay. Everything that we do, if you notice, we are moving more towards becoming digital citizens of Malaysia. If you go most places now, I would say about 95% of places of retail outlets, you can make and buy services and products using your e-wallets, okay? You are in a digital world right now. You leave digital footprints, whether you like it or not. So today's topic on data dialogue, like my colleague Puan Norina raised, these are the superheroes of data in Malaysia right now, and they are to debate, they are to discuss the future of data, of digital, and where us Malaysians, even them included, sit where we actually stand in this, what are our rights, and is it the same as in everyday life? Are the rights similar or is it different? Is it isolated? Is it even more important than ever before? Okay, other parts of the world, they are moving faster and harder into developing a digital existence. And it is inevitable for us Malaysians to be headed towards there as well. Okay, and just to let you know that it's going to be a whole day event today. We'll be discussing about data things. There'll be engagement. We are hoping that we get engagement from the public when the panelists sits up there and starts to discuss very interesting issues. There'll be moderators, there'll be instigators, there'll be people who actually try to get a rise out of everyone, the panelists, as well as from you guys as well. So do your part. If you have any questions, you can raise the questions, you can ask the questions, and get as much information as you can. Okay, with that, thank you very much. And once again, thank you for joining us. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you very much to CFM's chairman for the extremely insightful remarks and the opening introduction to CFM. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to get into the first part of the many events that we have for today. Before we proceed with our agenda, there is one more thing that I would like to remind everybody about. We do, in fact, have a coffee break just outside of the hall. There's a bunch of very delicious food there. You may have had them for breakfast earlier. You may head out and also bring and enjoy your food and drinks inside the hall while joining in on our first session for today. So do fill up, get a drink, get comfortable, and get ready for the first session that we have prepared for you. Now, our first session is a data dialogue, cue the name, featuring distinguished panelists from various organizations. I would like to welcome our moderators for this session, Mr. Sheikh Faisal from the Malaysian World Schools Debate Education Society. I would also like to welcome our instigator for this panel discussion, Mr. Jean-Francois Queralt from the IO Foundation. Now, I would like to introduce to you our moderators for today. Mr. Sheikh Faisal has spent a lot of time across multiple industries and spaces that include startups and social enterprises, NGOs, in the Web3 education, public policy, and human rights protection spaces. He is a dual master's holder from the University of Malaya and the Asia School of Business in collaboration with MIT Sloan School of Management. He is the CEO of the Malaysian World Schools Debate Education Society, an edtech nonprofit, the CEO of Ethic Analyst, a Web3 startup in the ethical investment space, and the CEO of Malaysia Ku, a social enterprise in the works that aims to empower vulnerable youth in Malaysia. He is a future builder that aims to empower the children and youth all across Malaysia. Additionally, Jean F. Queralt is the founder and CEO of the IO Foundation, a non-profit advocating for data-centric digital rights. At 18 years in the IT sector and disturbed by the level of intrusion of technology in the lives of citizens, he took a leap in 2018 at starting TIOF to establish a more solid and targeted direction to address digital rights from a technical standards perspective. On the side, he is also a My Data Global Board member and actively participates in a number of standards developing organizations such as ICANN, in which he is the comms chair for MPOC, or IETF. Without further ado, I would like to pass the mic on to our moderator, Mr. Sheikh Faisal, and to everyone that is here and is also on the line for the event today. Prepare to be dazzled by this extremely informative and hopefully very enjoyable conversation today.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, Gelson and the team. This event is going to be a great event today. I will be inviting the speakers up to the panel, and let's get started. First and foremost, we have Dr. Cheryl Ba, Kumarakulai Singh from the Department of Personal Data Protection, JPDP. Round of applause for her, please. Secondly, we have Mr. Muhammad Fairuz Muhammad from the Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission, MCMC. Round of applause for him, please. Thirdly, we have Ms. Sarah Yong Lee Sien from the Malaysian Bar Council. Next up, Dato Indrani Thurai Singham from the Federation of Malaysian Consumers Associations, also known as FOMCA. Next up, Mr. Siraj Jalil from the Malaysian Cyber Consumer Association, MCCA. And last but not least, Mr. Amin Ashari, CEO and co-founder of soyachinchow.com. To our panelists, good morning. Thank you for making your time and thank you for joining us for today. Let's learn a little bit about who these panelists are, what they've done. Yeah. So first up, we have from the Jabatan Perlindungan Data Peribadi. This specific excerpt will be in Bahasa because we got to start with Bahasa, right? We have Dr. Cheryl Ba Kumarakulai Singh, as I mentioned earlier. She is dia merupakan Ketua Seksyen Hal Ehwal Pengguna Data di Jabatan Perlindungan Data Peribadi Malaysia. Beliau berkelulusan PhD dalam Kemanusiaan daripada Jabatan Pengajian Sains dan Teknologi Universiti Malaya dan MSc dalam Masters dalam Pengurusan Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi daripada University of Manchester. Pengalaman beliau dalam sektor awam selama 20 tahun termasuk dasar awam, pentadbiran dan keselamatan. Minat penyelidikannya termasuk dasar awam, tadbir urus dan perlindungan data peribadi. Dr. Cheryl Ba also has multiple publications, amongst them, one of it's called the Governing the Progress of Internet of Things, the Ambivalence in the Quest of Technology Exploitation and User Rights Protection. And another one that she has published is Protecting the Unprotected Consumer Data in Internet of Things, Current Scenario of Data Governance in Malaysia. Next up, when it comes to MCMC, we have Mr. Muhammad Firdaus bin Muhammad. He is currently the Director of the Public Service Development Department at MCMC. He has 23 years of working experience, including 8 years in ICT-related private sectors and 15 years at MCMC in various departments such as Technology and Standards, Universal Service Provision, and as the MCMC Terengganu State Director. He holds a master's degree in Information Technology from the University of Technology Mara, a bachelor's degree in Electrical and Electronical Engineering, Computer, from University Science Malaysia. As for Ms. Sarah Yong, she's from the Malaysian Bar Council, as we mentioned earlier. She's the chairperson of the Technology, Cyber and Privacy Laws Committee. Sarah Yong is an Ipoh girl practicing as a lawyer, mainly in Kuala Lumpur. She is the founder of her own law firm, Sarah Yong & Co., and practices both civil and criminal litigation. Sarah is an elected member to the Bar Council and is currently the chairperson of the Technology, Cyber and Privacy Laws Committee of the Bar Council. She was formerly co-chairperson of the Bar Council's IT, Innovation and Future in Technology Committee, as well as the National Young Lawyers and Pupils Committee and co-deputy chairperson of the Bar Council Cyber Laws Committee. She is regularly invited as a speaker on topics concerning the legal profession and technology, cybercrimes, digital privacy, data protection law, local laws governing the internet, and internet freedom. Now let me just catch my breath before I go on to the next person. Yeah, everyone here is very well established, as you can see. From FOMCA, we have meet Dato Indrani Thurai Singham, the Vice President and Legal Advisor of the Federation of Malaysian Consumers Association, FOMCA. She's not just a legal expert, she's also the CEO of the National Consumer Complaints Center, a sister organization that mediates complaints between consumers and businesses. With an impressive 27-year track record, Dato Indrani has dedicated her career to serving consumer associations in Malaysia and the Asia Pacific region. She's based out of Kuala Lumpur and she's well connected in the consumer advocacy network, bringing her extensive experience to the table. Dato Indrani is a non-technical expert in various areas, from consumer rights policy development to sustainability, food security, and digital rights. Her contributions extend to ASEAN publications, showcasing her expertise in consumer protection, laws, and sustainable consumption. Lastly, in simple terms, Dato Indrani Thuraisingham is a seasoned advocate for consumer rights and a go-to person for all things related to ensuring a fair and safe practice for consumers in Malaysia and beyond. Next up, we have Mr. Siraj from MCCA. He currently holds the president position of Malaysia Cyber Consumer Association. He's active in holding many positions in organizations such as Chief Executive Officer, in brackets, Redmond's Neighborhood, Secretary General C Patriots Organization, and advisor for the National Road Consumer Association, PPJK. Lastly, I promise, from Soya Sin Chow, with over 20 years of experience in digital communication, telco, and technology, Mr. Amin is always curious about how things work and wonders how things can be done better. As the co-founder of soyachinchow.com, the #1 technology platform in Malaysia, today he explores what happens at the intersection between technology, culture, and society. Okay, there you have it. These are all the panelists that we have. We still have a lot of time, don't worry. We just want to let you know that when you registered outside earlier, you were given a goodie bag. And in that goodie bag, if you open it, you will see that there is a flag. And the flag will have two colors. One is green, one is red, right? So perhaps you all can just take a look at what's in the bag and just put up these flags and show us if you have it. If anyone doesn't have these bags, you can just go to the organization committee and they'll give you a bag so that you have these flags on you. Now, what's the purpose of these flags? Well, very simple. Red means stop, green means go. Well, when you're driving. But in this panel today, red means, you're not really buying what the panelists are saying, or perhaps you don't agree with them. But green says you agree with them and you pretty much support what they're saying. So throughout the event and the questions, you can lift up your flag if you hear something that you agree with and you like. And there's something that you perhaps disagree with, don't feel shy. Feel free to put up your flags and wave the red flag so that the panelists also know that these are things that you want to hear more about, right? And it gives me, the cue, an opportunity to ask them more questions about the things that they're talking about. Yeah. All right, let's do a dry run with waving the flags, right? Let's have everyone put up their flags. Let's see red. Red, that's green. That's red. Yeah, there we go. Red. Okay, great. Now let's see green. Looks wonderful, huh? How about the panelists? Look good? It looks good? Yeah? All right. Great. Okay, without further ado, let's start the Data Dialogue event that we are hosting today. There are a couple of things with regards to housekeeping, right? So for everyone's benefit, as a moderator, I will be the individual that will be asking a set of questions that we've prepared. They are well aware of the themes of the question and they know where we want to go with this conversation, right? With regards to my role, I am also tasked and I am responsible to keep the peace in case the panelists decide to, jump at each other, right? I'm glad that there's enough space, so it's a few steps that gives me an opportunity to jump in between people, right? With regards to the person next to me, Jean, I will pass the microphone. He will explain to you exactly what he will be doing, and then I will continue.
Hello, everyone. So my role is going to be quite simple, although very likely difficult for me. I'm here to be the instigator. So in other words, every single participant, every single panelist is going to be giving answers or their opinions on certain topics. And I'm pretty much here to try to call them out if there's something that I'm not very happy about what they're saying, or specifically if I see way too many red flags on the audience. I'm not here to just generate too much of a war, but if you will, you can see us as chaos and order. We are trying to find a balance for the benefit of the audience. The intention here is that you get to hear the most interesting arguments in every single side of the panel, so that you can leave the event today as informed as possible, and hopefully with even more questions in your head. It's pretty much one of the best things that you can do getting out from a panel.
Thank you, John. All right, so last thing before we start is that our panelists will be able to ask each other questions. Later on, I'll open the floor, and if they have questions while another person is speaking, they can easily put up their hand and speak up with regards to the microphone. Now, they will be given 30 seconds each to ask a question or to make a statement. We call this points of inquiry or points of information. So among the 6 of them, not only will they be able to ask questions to the other side, there is no real side. All of us want to be on the same side, right? They will be able, for the purpose of this discussion, there is a side. They will be able to ask questions to their opponents per se, and they will also be able to ask questions to their sort of panel of speakers next to them, right? All right, so panelists, are you guys ready? Is everyone ready? Fantastic. Okay. First question that we have with regards to today's data dialogue, right? There is a concept called digital twin, right? So for some of you who don't know, a digital twin is when you have a digital carbon copy of something that exists in the real world. And that means you have the exact specifications, you have the exact information based on, say if you have a table here, a digital twin would be a digital version of this table online. Of course, it doesn't just extend to furniture, it extends to other information that can be private to individuals also. And I guess the first question is going to be an open question. Anyone from across the floor can answer this question. You know what? I'll just ask someone. So, Mr. Amin, right? Yeah. So, what do you think about digital twins? Do you have any opinions about it? You know, let's get your thoughts on this first.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank CFM for inviting me. I think this is going to be a fun session today. And it's been great work that you guys are doing. So thank you very much for having me here. Okay, so the question is digital twin. What do I think about it? It's a necessity, something that we need to have. You know, there's a lot of benefits of having a digital twin when it comes to manufacturing, looking at how developing a prediction model of how things will behave in the future and doing a lot of testing. So it's in a society and a world where we now have the capability and the technology to emulate things in real life in the digital space very closely. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits, but there's always the flip side, right? Abuse, misuse, and things like that. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Ms. Sarah Yong, any comments on this?
Okay. Well, for me, I understand digital twin technology as being something that uses a lot of our personal details. So, for example, like our location, our name, our addresses, our phone numbers, even bank details, you know, and it involves processing a lot of this like huge amount of data. I think to a certain extent, I feel scared when I hear about this digital twin, in the sense that, you know how when we in the physical world, we kind of know what's happening to us because we have our 5 senses. But when you have a digital twin replica, you know, there's additional steps to know what is happening with our digital twin. So I think the risk of that as well is when it involves a lot of private data is how secure that data is and what's being used for that data. And of course, you know, us being humans, with a certain amount of predictability, humans are creatures of habit to a certain extent. And how is that being used to, you know, predict things about us? Yeah, that can be clearly can potentially be abused in that sense. Yeah.
What are the kind of challenges that you can imagine when it comes to the judicial moving forward in terms of a judge, for instance, being able to distinguish actions that may have been instigated by a person or by their digital twin?
judge being used to instigate.
So let's say, for instance,
sorry,
that
to
let's say, for instance, that an entity has enough information about myself to the point where they can spin a process in a computer that behaves like me,
yeah.
and that leaves behind the same breadcrumbs that I would leave, and then someone instructs that process to have a online heist against CIMB. What are kind of the challenges that you can imagine for a judge to be able to make the distinction between that process that is copied from me and myself attempting to do?
Yeah, I think that's a huge issue, right? Because you've got to attribute the act and the motive when it comes to a crime. You know, the actors, sorry, I'm going to spew legal things, but it's the actors reus, as in the act itself, and the mens rea, which is the intention, right? So when you have a disconnect, for example, you did not as a person intend to do it, but your digital twin did it, can you say that the person did it? So I think these legal concepts will come into play, right? I think that will be a simple answer for that. Yeah.
Yeah, just to make the comparison a bit more clear to the audience, maybe just imagine if someone clones you and that clones does something on your behalf. How would a judge be able to make the distinction between the original person and the clone? So in this case, we're talking about digital twin, but that would be pretty much the same.
All right, fantastic. Just to add on a little bit to that, right? We have this situation where you don't necessarily have control over your digital twin. Sometimes it can be copied and someone else is using the digital twin against you. So I guess in that case, a judge in Malaysia, when it comes to a legal case, how do you differentiate? How do you differentiate the fact that this is a digital twin that someone else is using and you use it for yourself, right? So if you have someone hacking into a system and it's using a digital twin, you know it's not the real person. What recourse does a person actually have? They can't prove that it's not them, isn't it?
Actually, I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, that's fine.
I honestly don't know, because it depends on the technology, and you know, it also, like, for example, let's talk about like traditional hacking for now, for example. The ways where someone is able to trace whether a person is the actual hacker or not is different things. IP addresses, you know, alibis, for example, who has possession of the device at that moment, you know. Those are the things, I suppose, that would be able to assist the court in determining whether or not the person was the actual hacker or this malicious actor. Yeah,
All right,
I think
great.
there are other checks and balances in the process that can be undertaken.
Thank you for saying that.
Can I just add
Yeah, go ahead.
to that? I think it's a very interesting discussion with regards to digital twin. The other thing I think I would like to add is that we go back to the basics, right? So similar in the digital space, if we have a similar case in the physical space, as like if I have a twin and the twin does a crime, am I guilty? That's the question, right? So it is coming down to the intent. And for me, I need to put up a defense. So in that case, I should be able to put up an alibi and say, look, I don't own this computer. I don't have access to this data. I don't have access to the network that the twin is using to access this capability. So if you look at it that way, it comes back to a precedent that's set, and also what's been done in the physical realm, and whether we can emulate the same capabilities in the digital realm. Because if I'm not mistaken, in the legal sense, there is the processes, right? And if we follow that trail, there should be there is a very robust mechanism in place to ensure that I can defend myself, and there is protection against any imitators that pretend to be me.
Yeah. Can I just add to what Amin said? So basically, you know, in order to even establish a crime, right? When you talk about the processes, you know, it is first the prosecution that have to prove their case. So they would have the burden to say that, you know, it was this person that actually did this. And the law must be very clear as to what that crime is, right? That is the law. When it comes to crime, that has to be the case, right? Unless in law there is a presumption, which exists as well in our law, especially when it comes to online posting. So the section 114A of the Evidence Act does have a presumption that if there is something posted and your name is there, you know, unless you can dispute it, it is presumed that you're the one who did that. So we have that provision in law, which can be quite problematic, because then it then pushes the burden to the person who's being accused to put up the defense to say no, I am not the one who posted it. I'm not the one who did that thing. So we have that peculiarity in our law as well.
So it sounds like the conversation here is that you have a technology that can get you into trouble in a personal, use case basis. It can get you into trouble, and the burden of proof now seems to be on the person to prove that they didn't do it, right? So that's a bit of a problem. So I guess the two things to take away from this trade of remarks, right? Firstly, it's refreshing to see someone say that I don't have the answer, right? That's okay, because the reality is when you have the discussion, we come together, we find an answer together. So the second thing is with regards to the situation at hand. You have, I think the older version of the digital twin would just be you having a social media account. You have a digital presence online, and then you have a real presence in the real world. In the real world, you wouldn't necessarily say things you want to say online, and you say it because there's a keyboard, and as a keyboard warrior, you type things online, right? So I guess the technology and the law has synced in such a way where if you say things online, your name is there, you can be attributed to have caused a specific kind of harm. But moving forward with so much information and data being collected by organizations, in this case, for-profit organizations, to target marketing. So you have a psychological persona of individuals who sell products. They have all the information on you. Your location, as you mentioned, where you stay, the things you like, how many times you visited a restaurant, which then allows them to formulate an aggregated data that you like Korean food instead, right? And these things are, to all of us, it's just data. We're just sharing it because we think we should. But in reality, these things can be misused and it can cause us problems. Which leads to the next question I have. How can organizations ensure the security of digital twins to prevent unauthorized access and misuse? So I think let's go to Datu Indrani for this, to hear a little bit from her. And then feel free to interject and add on comments, yeah?
Actually, when I got this discussion about digital twin, that was something that I was hearing for the first time actually. And I had to go on Google and look at Wikipedia what digital twin is all about.
Me too, actually.
So I was like, okay, what is this digital twin? And now it reminds me of, as we are discussing about issues like Terminator and Minority Reports, all these movies that we have seen, I never thought that these things would actually come into reality. But I think we have seen now when we talk about driverless cars and things like that, technology is really advancing so fast. And whether we as individuals, as a society, whether we are capable of harnessing this technology, I think is one thing. I just wanted to say that. And I think to prevent unauthorized access and misuse, I think many of us don't realize that our data is already out there with, as you mentioned, with third parties, with companies, with the government. When we had the pandemic, all of us had to use MySejahtera. And I don't know whether we all realize, but we gave a lot of information, not only our name and our IC, but our location, whether we had any diseases. So many of us who thought that, we're going to hide because we want to get insurance, but actually we have already given out all this data, And at one point, MySejahtera also had a data breach, but, and who, at the end of the day, is the victim? It's us as individuals. So I think in that sense, I think the government has to play a role. The companies who are actually collecting their data and storing their data, they have to play a role as well to ensure that this data is not misused and it's not abused. That whatever purposes that they're collecting this data for, at that time, data was collected to ensure that if there was some sort of contact with somebody else who had contradicted COVID-19, then at least we could tell them, okay, you have to be quarantined, but not to use this data for other purposes, as what you mentioned, for targeted advertising, where it's sold to a third party, and then that kind of information is used to kind of inform consumers, hey, this is what you need to buy and things like that. Initially, I think about 10 years ago when I started Googling and trying to, go on booking.com because I was traveling a lot for my work. And I went on booking.com to book my hotels. And suddenly, after the next day, I used to see then, do you want to go to Delhi? And I was getting hotel names of different, of different places. And I was wondering, how did my phone know that I wanted to go to Delhi, India, and they're giving me all these beautiful places, 5-star. I was like, wow, my computer is so smart. My phone is so smart. I never realized that I was being tracked, and they were now suggesting hotel names to me. It was only later, and me being a consumer advocate didn't realize that. So I think all of us have to learn. And for me, this is where companies who are actually collecting data, storing the data, using the data and sharing the data, they have the responsibility to ensure that they get the explicit consent from the consumers or from the individuals that we are actually collecting your data. We never realize that when we say yes to cookies policies, yes to download, that we are actually giving away our data. When they say, hey, you can download this free report, but you have to give your name, you have to give your email, you have to give your mobile number, and sometimes you have to give your ID, and because we're getting free data, and we actually give away a lot of our personal information. So for me, it's the accountability of the companies, and it's also then the role of the regulator, that is the government, to ensure that privacy and data protection measures are in place.
Dato, what would be your definition of the nature of data? What is data? What does it represent?
I think I would say that, of course, personal data, which means, of course, when we say our name and ID is already there. Sometimes when you say that these are all standard information that we give out, but I think when you have it collectively, so of course, health is something which is very sensitive, which, many of us would not want to share our health data, our, EPF numbers, of course, our PIN numbers for our banking and so on. So there are a lot of data which I think if you see it in silo, it may be something which, hey, we all know this, but when you take it collectively, this could mean that my data could be shared, and where companies can actually now start targeting you and say that, okay, you are now, okay, as I said, for health reasons, that could be one. For any other purposes, in terms of maybe I'm receiving subsidies now because they already now have information of how much of salary I own. They say I'm not qualified, but, income is not just one factor that you ascertain whether you are rich or poor, or whether you are a B40 or a M40, because there are other aspects as well that you need to ensure. So for me, it's even my salary, how much I'm earning, where I'm living, because sometimes where I'm living may be another factor that is again used to target certain products or certain services. So I think all this information is data.
The reason I'm asking is because tying that up on what's going to be the judicial part, but also the government part, is that at the moment, there is 11 different definitions around the world as to what is data. Some people consider it to be IP, some people consider it to be a commodity, some people consider it to be golden oil, etc., etc. And so the way that we regard the actual definition of what data is going to be informing how do we regulate it and how do we relate to it and what are going to be our concerns. And so I'm always very interested on trying to figure out what people consider data to be at its very core nature. And it's not something that I hear very often a clear definition about.
I think that you said something very interesting there, right, with regards to downloading a report online. I think everyone here has done that. We want to read the report. Oh man, we're going to leave our emails now. I think there is a difference between businesses and service providers in the sense of government agencies, right? They are supposed to be of service to people. So when we go to government websites and there are resources to download, we don't necessarily have to leave any of our personal data there. But when for-profit organizations, NGOs perhaps, when they have reports that they make, you leave your email, you leave your name. But it seems to me that people are making a choice there. They are opting into an opportunity where they want to get some benefit, and then they give out their information, as a trade, right? So I think about a decade ago, I remember there used to be this very famous saying of the cost of your personal information is what, $12 or something like that. And if you just pay it, you can stay as anonymous as you want to be. But the reality is people have become the product, which ties directly towards how people are defining data, right? So they've dehumanized the people by taking their information and say, let's aggregate it and then let's sell to these aggregated entities, right? So in your own words earlier, you mentioned that you need to leave your email and leave your phone. How do you separate with regards to what is forced, upon people and what are people opting into? Is there a difference? Because some would argue that if I have to leave my information, I'm forced to leave it anyways. But then some people would argue, well, technically they're giving me some benefit and some service. I'm sort of sharing it because I'm exchanging it for something, my data for that information. Any follow-up on that?
Yeah, I think many of the consumers or individuals, they do not realize that they are actually leaving data. They just think, okay, I'm just giving my name and email. Anyway, because they already got my email by sending me that email, where they say that, sometimes or even on my Instagram or on, so they must have already have my email. So I think they don't realize that they are actually giving away their personal information at some point. So there needs to be that explicit kind of notification that this information will be collected for future reports that will be sent, and then they will know, okay, yes, this is going to be going towards certain information that I'll be collecting. So I'm readily giving away that information. But many a times, as what you mentioned, Faisal, people are willing to give away, because if you buy the report, maybe as you say, it's $12 US, but I'm now negotiating and bartering my personal information for a US $12 report. So whether is that worth my while? So I think this is where then they make an informed decision of whether they want to do that or not. But I think many a times we tend to not think whenever we see these reports and things like that, this cookies policy, we don't even read the terms and conditions because it's so long. And all we do is go right to the end and just tick the box and say yes, but we don't realize that, it says there that, it can be shared with third parties for not only, information purposes, but for marketing purposes and so on. And then later we keep complaining, why are we getting all these calls, marketing calls, telemarketing calls, and so on? So I think many of us do not realize that we are doing it indirectly, but I think that's where that explicit information needs to be mentioned to the consumers, that when they are actually downloading, that this is going to go for certain purposes.
And what would be the difference in terms of perception if people would switch the trade that they have in their head, instead of, I'm not exchanging my data against a service, I'm exchanging a strand of my DNA in exchange of some service? What would be the perception on that? That was the core of my question about the nature of data. But that actually, I would like to pass it, if possible, to JPDP in terms of what is the sense of the protection that they are providing to citizens based on that concept of what's the nature of data? Are we regarding as something that is external? Are we regarding as something that is interconnected with the citizen itself? Because that would have implication in terms of the duties of care of the government and how we treat data on the global scale.
Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak today. So I believe when we talk about digital twins, as we mentioned, we've been discussing this morning, as with any technology that handles and relies on data, so they are exposed to various cybersecurity threats as well. So this can be in terms of the data integrity, unauthorized access, and how personal data will be handled in the organization itself. So this can include certain things like sensitive personal data, like health data and all that. So when we talk about data that is voluntarily shared, for example, you want that service, you are providing that data. That's your personal choice.
Sorry, Dr. Shah, could you just speak closer to the microphone?
Yeah. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would be your personal choice. And that is a choice that you have a right as an individual, that you have to be aware what is it you're signing up for. So that is the choice that you make, whether you want to trade off your data for that. So I think in what we have seen in the vast of how Malaysians think maybe is that they do not value the data itself. So that becomes the issue. They do not value. And so another thing is that we also have the ability to compartmentalize. Let's say you want certain reports that you get on the internet, or you have a social media account. So you don't mix your social media accounts with your banking, the same email that you're getting your banking information, for example. You try to compartmentalize it so that you can separate it, and if that, let's say there's one account that's compromised, not everything will be compromised. So those are things we can do as a smart consumer. And if we talk about data interpretation, right, according to the Personal Data Protection Act, it is any uniquely identifiable information. That means it identifies an individual in a unique manner. So it can be, if you have a common name, it may not be your name. So it can be a combination of your IC number and name, your birth date and name. So the kind of combination that is uniquely identifiable. So in terms of voluntarily sharing this data, for me personally, and also the department standpoint, is that it is a personal choice.
All right.
Can I just add
Go
to
ahead,
that
go ahead.
as well? So obviously that was from the perspective of personal data, but there's also an aspect of data that we're not really also, that has to be taken into consideration, which is the data. For example, let's just take for example, all of us on social media, right? Our usage patterns. Do you know that social media knows you better than, I don't know, your family members know you, sometimes even better than you know yourself? Because every single action that we do on social media, how long we look at a page, whose profile we are clicking, who we are stalking all the time, stalking, okay? All right, admiring maybe. Who we're checking out all the time. Social media knows every single thing about this. It's all tracked. It's all in the history. If you've gone to look at, your activity history, it's all recorded. What you've liked, what you've commented on, everything. So these are all what they are doing with their data. Then that's the question, right? And these social media platforms have gotten into trouble for processing or using the data in a way that the consumers were not even aware of. Even at a certain point, social experiments were done on the social media platforms. They do some glitch, and they will see how many times the user go and click it, just to get back to the full normal functioning of the platform. So these are all data as well, and these are data that perhaps most people are actually not aware that is being utilized and monetized and used in a different way by these platforms to basically get you more hooked, get you more addicted to the platform, and channel advertisements, social conditioning, social engineering, changing the way you think, changing the way you act, changing the way that you're absorbing information. These are things that people, I think, are not exactly aware of, because it is tiring. It is tiring to doubt and to question the sources that you're getting. It is tiring to have to use that brain to think an extra step. Is this really what it is? Is this what I actually wanted, or was this fed to me and indirectly made me want it? That's the psychological aspect that people are not really aware of, I think. Yeah.
So to contextualize that a little bit, and just to test the flags, how many of you are familiar with ChatGPT?
Green
for
or red?
yes, red
Green
for no.
for yes, red for no, yeah.
Okay. How many of you are familiar with the concept of LLMs, large language models? Okay. If you know about ChatGPT, you know what an LLM is. Basically, an LLM is what you do to train such chatbots. Okay. Now imagine what you have right now is ChatGPT who took all the information or a certain part of information that was available publicly, also not so much publicly, but okay, on the internet at some point, and that is the resulting model that you can interact with. All right. Now imagine all of your social interactions and social media accounts, all the likes that you've been given, all the comments, etc., etc. You just separate all of that and you train that as an LLM. What you get is a custom ChatGPT that will behave and act just like yourself. Think about the consequences and my first intervention when I mentioned about how a judge is going to be making the difference between the actual person and the replica itself. And so I would then pass the question to MCMC in terms of how do you envision the kind of what would be the position that you think a government should be taking in terms of, are these new citizens? Is the citizen the actual just person? Does the reflection have any correlation with it? Would the duties of care that you would imagine with the actual citizen also apply to their digital twins or their replicas? What happens with replicas that are not in the same territory? How do we manage all of this complexity that is really, really difficult, actually?
Okay, thank you. Okay, under MTMC, we have the Digital Signature Act. Maybe some people think that the digital twin, the earlier, that is our document. Mostly, we always scan our document, we share the digital copy. So in the Digital Signature Act, how we to ensure our physical document is similar to the if we scan or we digitalize the digital document, how to ensure the law abiding is same like the physical. That means if we share that particular document in digital, the law is exactly like the physical document. That is, we need to use the digital signature. If let's say the originally of every document, if let's say from the physical, then we scan or we do digitalize it. But when we share to the other people, and people said if we can trust or not this particular document, because a lot of issues in the digital world because of fraud related to identity, related to many people tend to use the fraud identity. Secondly is about the fraud documents, a lot of fraud document in it. And also when the law said that if let's say we want to sign, one more thing is our signature, okay? We forget about our, because normally when we said about our data is we say our bank account, our address, but we forget about our signature. Signature is very important to all of the people. That's why when we sign on the digital document, if let's say we copy paste our document in the other Acrobat, then we send to other people, then we said if let's say the law is the similar or not. But if let's say we just copy paste our signature to other particular document, then we tend to give to other people, then the others receive that document, they can say that they don't trust that document because of when we just copy paste our signature to the document is only is not embedded to that particular document. See, because of the important is digital signature, that is embedded our signature, the digital cert on the document. Then if anything happen to the particular document is changed, then it can be traceable. Then coming back to that question, because ChatGPT, LLM is the new norm, then people always using it to any sort of activities because previously we need to search. Now we just ask the Chat GPT. They keep so that coming back from the doctor mentioned is our choice to use the Chat GPT. If let's say some of the information there, if let's say is related, they have the risk on the law or risk of the financial whatever it is, we need to check back verify to other particular agency if related to government service, because we cannot 100% fully trust on that particular information provided by the Chat GPT. A lot of information sometimes is very, because I try to related to our act, I try using ChatGPT and ask the question about our act, then the answer is very different. So that's why when we're using this new technology, we need to have awareness, and we know that something that's not right on that particular answer that they provide. So if let's say we're using the Chat GPT answer, then we dismiss the new information, then we 100% we trusted that one, then our information is false, then we may have consequence on the legal, because sometimes when we say digital right is every person rights. Let's say if I say I can do anything because I have the digital right, but how about other people? If they say I'm offended on that particular thing, then they can do go to any respective department to complain. So that is the right for every citizen lah. So that's why when we using whatever new technology, we need to know that not everything on that particular thing is true, because we need to test with the data that we know. Let's say for MCMC, we test ChatGPT with our then we ask whatever the question related people to us. Some of the answer is very wrong, then we need to need back.
So what's your conclusion there? Your conclusion, could you simplify it for the audience? Because there's a lot of information for them.
Okay, for my conclusion first, for the awareness on the digital signature related to our electronic transaction. So we need to know what is different between digital signature and electronic signature. Secondly, on the
So digital signature, electronic signature.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Because the law reflected to that particular act is very different.
Okay.
Because of if let's say you want to use the digital signature or electronic signature, you want to represent your signature or your thumbprint, you need to use digital signature under the act using the certification authority, license authority. Not all the company is license authority, only 4 in Malaysia license to the act. The second one we're using to ChatGPT, we need to verify if let's say the information you require is they have the legal consequences on it lah. Okay, that's good.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for sharing that. Let's move on to a different question, right? This is, I think, a lot of people are probably thinking about this question now. What measures are currently being taken by the government and its agencies that handle the public's data and ensuring responsible management of said data? So I guess we'll start with the agencies on both sides, and then we'll let everyone else speak. So, Mr. Siraj, go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the session today. I think I want to take a bit a basic back from the data, the digital twin. Basically, data basically it's information. So every single information is data. So from physical things, these buildings, our watches, your clothes, your health. Now the world moving to digitalize your brain. They call it AI. And from generative AI, they are moving to cognitive AI. Cognitive is human. We are the only one who have cognitive. So imagine that information of our cognitive transferred into the world of AI. And if you are using ChatGPT, indirectly you train the machines for the cognitive. Indirectly, if you have phones, you are replicating yourself every single second in this world. So that's why digitalization or digitization is a process of every single information in this world to be replicated in the cyberspace. And if we talk about this digital twin, the term only being used in the manufacturing and also healthcare industry before. But as you said, like social media, we are replicating ourselves and putting information of social in the platform called social media, how we interact. And that's how the cyberspace bargaining our behavior informations, behavioral data. Previously, behavioral data is very expensive. And our government, for example, we have MySejahtera. That's why MySejahtera actually is very expensive information. That if we are failed to protect it, we fail to protect Malaysians' behavior indirectly. There's an incident that data breach happened last time, which is our MySejahtera being taken away by the hackers. Why I say this behavioral data, you scan every time you want to enter any kind of shop. Every day, whenever you go, you eat, you buy anything, garments, anything. So the patterns of you entering any building, any premises, it represents your behavior. They say every day in the morning, you will check in the nasi lemak stall at the roadside. So it represents your eating patterns, eating behaviors. And that information very is expensive. And if you see it from Facebook, for example, it needs very specific programmer teams to develop a single like button. If you remember back then, Facebook just started with one single like button. Now a lot of emoticons in the like section, and then you can click for heart, you smile, you happy, and so on. But that single like button represent that you like a posting, represent your emotions, and the Facebook itself digitalize your emotions. So it also information. You're happy is part of information. You like people listening to the old debaters? Yes, it's part of information. So data, basically information. What type of information? Every single thing in the world. Atoms, sun, Pluto, Uranus, anything. And it depends on different segments to justify the value of the data. Now, Bitcoin, for example, we don't know. What is it? It's not physical form, born in digital space, but value more than gold, for example. So in the optics of government, I think we cannot alter our legal, our law continuously. Like every year we amend our act. This year, the government announced that they are going to form a cybersecurity bill, and next year they will present it in Parliament. So I think we are not going to talk about privacy anymore in the future. We talk about sovereignty. We cannot talk about that. Our IC number, we have to keep it. No one can see it. No, and a lot of people have your IC number right now. What we talk today is about sovereignty, so that people cannot alter our information. If we replicate ourselves in digital space, we don't want people to alter ourselves in that digital space. That's what we want to talk about. We cannot say that, people copy about us in this digital. We cannot protect it. To be honest, we cannot. If you store information in your phones, trust me, you yourself cannot protect your phones. Basically, if you can pick up red or green, how many of you have antivirus in your phones? Antivirus.
Question is,
in
how
your
many of you have antiviruses
smartphone.
in your handphones?
Take it green if you have a smart antivirus. See, less people have with antivirus. And maybe amongst of speakers.
And if I was a bad actor, I would be checking this recording and paying attention to who raised the red flag, try to identify you, and then try to target your phone. See how easy it is.
So that's why we cannot protect ourselves. So do you expect people to protect your information? No. So that's why we have to, I think, government play the role. We cannot put blame on the government. Every single part, oh, the government have to take care of us. Cannot. When we talk about digital, no. We must collaborate. It's like inclusive. Must well collaboration between the people, the governments, the private sectors. That's why I think the new cybersecurity bill will represent new segment in protecting our data.
Thank you for that. So there are many things that has been said there. I will be instigator for a while, right? I guess let's go with the first one, right? Technology is moving very fast, but the laws are not, right? So there are obviously a couple of reasons for that. One is lawmakers, they either don't understand the technology and they don't know how to keep up and they cannot keep pace. The second thing is that they are incompetent and they don't know. And this is a reality and we have to talk about it. And the third one is that it just doesn't fit their political agenda because it's not the right thing to talk about to stay in power, right? So these are issues and there are obviously more reasons. So when it comes to conversations about the data, protection of consumer data, how they can protect their own consumer data, how the governments and agencies and businesses can protect consumer data or customer data, I think a lot of people are unable to assess whether or not they feel safe or they feel like they don't have control over their data. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we've talked about social media a few times here, right? But the reality is that you don't own your data on social media. Social media platforms own the data and essentially you, right? Because you are the product, you are being sold to advertisers, and that's why this information is very important. You mentioned earlier with regards to Dato, you mentioned earlier that you spoke about a specific place, the microphone picked it up, and then they now know where you want to go for a holiday. And you mentioned earlier that whether you like something, your activities, all these things will determine your sort of profile. Now, the reason I'm talking about these things is because there's been a response, right? So social media was a place where you went to put your information, but these organizations and companies took ownership over your data and they sold you to the advertisers. And then with the advent of blockchain, now you have a reaction, right? Which is we want to control and own our own data. If we're going to be monetized, we want to decide how we want to monetize that data. And people are creating social media platforms on blockchain with regards to, well, they're different names. They're not called Facebook. A lot of people don't know this, but there are versions of Facebook, Meta, Instagram on blockchain, right? So the question I have generally for all the panelists here, right? Now we know that data is being used by businesses for their benefit. We also know that individuals on the ground themselves, as you can see from the red flags, they don't even have antiviruses. And I'll be the first to say I don't have antivirus in my phone either. But I also don't have social media accounts, right? So with regards to this situation now, how does the government, businesses and agencies work collaboratively within their organization and also amongst organizations and the government entities together to communicate and educate people about this issue? Because 5 years ago, nobody would have asked this question with regards to, am I safe online, right? The biggest problem was identity theft. And it was somewhat easier to figure out, okay, their identity has been stolen. But now it's getting harder and harder. This is an open question. Anyone can answer. Go ahead.
Basically, I think a part of amongst of our usage, daily usage, or our consumerism by daily basis, I think internet is the only thing that we don't have a teacher. To coordinate consumerism without proper education, it's very hard. For example, our road consumerism, transportation, for example. At least we at the process very good. We have road transport department, JPJ. And then it's a compulsory for us to learn how to drive a car. We have a compulsory for us to get a proper license. We have to attend a driving school. And then we can work, collaborate nicely. But imagine that we want the society collaborate well without a proper education system about digital, how to use internet. For me, it's like almost impossible.
But don't you think that it's also one of the enablers of that to be possible is that we have a very clear distinction between the builders and the users. And we know exactly what the builders are supposed to be doing. We know exactly what the users are supposed to be doing. So as a consumer of a car, I don't concern myself as to how the ABS system functions. It's not my business. I will pass an exam, and my responsibility is to not have an accident on the road and not kill others on the road. But how the car is built, none of my business. And
True.
in fact, it's regulated so that the government is saying there has to be seat belts, and seat belts are supposed to be saving your life, and this is how you test that a seat belt is actually working. And if you don't pass the test, your car is not on the market. And so as a consumer, I don't have to concern myself into that. The more I know about it, if I know how to repair my car, that's fantastic. No one is stopping you from doing so. But you're not supposed to be forced to do so that you can use the building. No one here is concerned as to why this building is not collapsing in our heads.
Okay. The main concern of driving school is to teach us how to be safe on the road. It's not to teach us how we can repair our car. That is the main objective, so that we are secure, safety during on the road. So at least we can have one basic understanding, because digital is very wide, very vast. At least if we have, for example, I put it in my various articles through media, one very specific or comprehensive bill, alhamdulillah, government running right now. The second is we must put one generation with a compulsory of education. It's compulsory. Maybe secondary and primary school, every single student starting next year, for example, there's one new subject that every single one must pass. So that governments, corporates, every single society can be collaborate, and nicely, because we have the good act, we have a proper education system, so that even awareness can be implemented well, and it can be amended time by time. Maybe next 5 years we live in a very normalized robotic, for example, and then new amendment from the syllabus, for example. But now we don't have it, none. Imagine that as a parents, we start with Nokia, for example, and then changes to Samsung. No one teach me. No one teaches how to use that internet. We just like evolve. And imagine that I'm a parent right now. And then I don't know exactly what is the best practice for my kids. It's like try and error. We are the parents, like sometimes I use bahasa Melayu. The new generation like kurang ajar, for example. Why? Because me, myself, go back home, I can say that screen time, 9 hours. No, seriously, because work. We use that work as a basic understanding for us, and we miss that time for kids. That's what is it. That's why I can say that education is very crucial and is supposedly compulsory in this era.
Thanks for sharing that. So I think 2 follow-up questions directly to Dato' and Mr. Fairoz, right? So I think there are 2 parts here. One is with regards to future individuals using products and items that basically technological tools. And yes, we can create these programs. We can create, go to schools and educate them about this. But let's talk about the products per se, right? So you mentioned Samsung earlier. You mentioned Nokia. So they make products, and the product itself is a gateway to a lot of harm, right? So I think a lot of anyone here who is a parent or who has taken care of someone else's child, niece, nephew, whatnot, there's always this conversation about exposure is good, right? Exposure is good. You expose children to the world, they sort of know how it works. But exposure can also be traumatic, right? Can also be harmful because you don't necessarily know what kind of exposure will have what kind of impact on children. The reason I bring this up is because I guess for the future, we know we can create programs to target younger individuals to be more prepared, more resilient in dealing with situations where they're online, right? I think with the advent of Facebook and social media platforms that came about, one of the biggest things the children and teenagers at that time just couldn't manage was that they had to have a persona online and they had to have a likable persona online. Non-correlational was what Facebook said with regards to preteen and teen suicide, coinciding with the launch of Facebook, right? They said it's not caused by us, it's not directly caused by us, but anyone with a brain would know that if the rates are going up, then during the time of social media, there is an impact, right? So the reason I'm saying these things is simply because we now know that we can educate the people who are much younger now. What about those who are currently here? We're not prepared for it, right? We're not prepared to figure out what these products are supposed to be doing for us. I think to a certain extent, we allow Samsung and all these product makers to sell these products, but they only market their products as good products. They never educate individuals with regards to the harms that can come about it. So I guess for a consumer standpoint, right, and also for an agency that talks about digital usage of these products, what are your thoughts on this? Aside from educational programs, what do you think are these core examples you can give with regards to managing these businesses or working together with them, making sure that the future children and also people now can benefit from digital protection and how they use their products?
Okay, on MCMC, we have a lot of initiative with regards to the social media, educating young children. One of our so-called ni is Klik Dengan Bijak. Is targeted for the young generation, also not young, also the adult, because based on the statistic of the fraud cases in the internet, not only they mostly they targeted that professional, that the high income. That's why we said that the police statistic said a million of ringgit is due to scams. But related to the privacy on the social media, sometimes we don't also set up the right setup on our social media, because all these media platform, they from time to time they upgraded their privacy policy. Sometimes when who setting your for example your Facebook 10 years before, the security setup privacy is currently is different. You can a lot of privacy setting to protect yourself, to protect the data. But sometimes people just ignore that one. Yang important, I can have the social contact, I can buy something, all that thing. Because we a lot of MCMC team here on the consumer, there are a lot of day-to-day receive a lot of complaint related to many things, many of fraud cases. So that what we can see, people, I agree, because they don't know about first about the whatever the law related to the, because physical law also applicable in the digital. I right? So let's say if you do something harm in the digital world, if let's say people lodge the complaint about you, then you have the consequences lah. But that one is we need to know our rights and also the legal consequences. The second thing is about education is important, because technology is always changing very fast, but the law is sometime of the law is 1960, 1971 yet to be revised. The reason I think under the MOH they have revised the Akta Racun for the e-prescription, because that's why currently we can go to the doctor, online doctor, to get the e-prescription, because they already revised the law to allow the electronic transaction. But a lot of our existing law yet to be revised. So that's why education is important. So that we know our rights and also we know how to educate our young generation. But MCMC, we had a lot of education awareness program. One is the Klik Dengan Bijak. We also have on the digital signature, because normally Malaysian, they're not aware about these consequences. So as long as they can go to internet with the fastest speed, is okay. That is typical. So that is important. Not only on government, also the NGO and others people. So macam Soal Chow, they have a lot of articles, good article about this thing. Then educate people. So that is important because sometimes law is there, but people don't care. They just do. Then bila tindakan diambil, dia kata, oh, government currently they abuse the law. So that is the very different situation. Okay.
And if I wanted to do typically difficult question, what would be the sense from the consumer side of things, or even government side maybe, on segmenting the access to services and products on the internet based on age? Meaning everyone can get a bicycle on the road, that's fine. If I want to have a 49 cc's, I need to get a license. If I want to drive, I'm going to have to get a driving permit. If I want to drive a truck, I'm going to have to get another permit. And if I want to drive a truck with specific dangerous chemicals, I need to get more licenses on top of that. So we all understand that in accordance to the degree of the danger of the activity that I'm performing, I need to be tested and I need to be trained accordingly. And we just open the internet for everyone, free bar, free buffet. I can do anything that I want, and maybe I'm not prepared for it. Maybe parents should be a little bit more in control of what the kids do. As I, for instance, I pay attention to what my kid reads as a book. So why cannot I pay attention to what kind of websites that they visit? Those are not necessarily contradictory terms, but there seem to be a cognitive dissonance between what we do in the physical world and what we do in the digital one. What would be your thoughts about it? Anyone?
It's been a while.
Yeah, okay. So I'm coming from a consumer perspective. Yeah, where at SwearTeacher.com we cover a lot of stories, and we have a lot of data of what people like to read and what kind of questions they ask. With regards to the tools that you have, right now, I think what I want to make it clear is that yes, there are bad actors. There are people who want to exploit us and use our data for whatever reasons. But there are also good and responsible manufacturers. I'm not endorsing anybody here, but I'm saying, okay, from my experience and from the knowledge that we have and the data that we have, we know, for example, Samsung and Apple are very responsible with your data. Apple, for example, they have this feature called Private Relay. So when you register your account, it will automatically ask you, do you want us to set up a private relay? So it will put in a randomized email address that's totally random, but it knows that it's it's your account. So every time you register to a new service, it will kick out its own separate random email. That's good. And you're saying about how parents and Google is also quite good actually. How can parents know what their children are watching? I have 4 boys. They all have devices, but I have complete control of what they watch, when they watch, and for how long they watch. And I have confidence in that. One is the technology, and number 2 is the communication. So I make it clear that as a parent, I think everybody is aware that we cannot control our children. We cannot control anybody, but we can equip them with the right knowledge, mindset, and responsibility for them to navigate the world themselves. So I can hold their hands with the technology I have, but when it comes to the point where they have to make their own decision, they will do that. And so Apple, Samsung, and Google, they have the tools and capabilities that allows you clear transparency to manage the access and the amount of time that your children have to utilize. You can even block remotely. You can You can erase the phone completely. Like right now, if my kid, if I know that my kid's phone is being stolen, I can remotely completely erase that phone. But it comes from knowledge. So because I'm in the industry, this is my everyday. I'm very comfortable with it. So it comes back to education and awareness. But when we talk about all this, right, it's always multi-party. But for me, and what I want to advocate is, it's our data. We have our control. It is us, and we decide who takes our data. While some people might say we don't have control, I might be biased because I'm very comfortable in this realm, but we have control. Like I can today have a kill switch and turn off my all my social media. I can completely disappear from social media today with just one button.
What is your technical reassurance about that happening?
Well, people cannot find me.
What is the actual technical reassurance? What is your verification method that if you request any big company to delete your data, they actually have deleted your data?
Okay, so we know that all these companies, Meta, Google, Alphabet, all have to comply to government regulations. EU especially is very strong when it comes to government regulations.
How are those regulations being enforced?
They are being enforced through fines. So when we ask that question, back to when you ask, okay, in Malaysia, is there enough regulation? So I put in my notes, actually, the government needs to do more. PDPA needs to be updated in my notes here. So these are the companies that I will mention, right? LHDN, MySejahtera, Jabatan Pendaftaran Negara, SPM, and IJN. What do these agencies have in common? They all have had data breaches in the past couple of years, and they have not been held accountable for those data breaches. They have not been fined. They have not been put up to any answers. So maybe I'm not the right person for you to ask whether it's been enforced or not. So PDPA, I think a number of lawyers have been requesting for the PDPA to be updated, and that has not happened. I'm sure there's some discussion, but it has not happened. And there's no really strong repercussion in terms of what's going on if there's any data breaches. So example, in Singapore, just the past couple of months, a number of companies have been fined a lot of money for data breaches. But in Malaysia, if there are data breaches, we have the news of the data breach, but we don't see any action of what the data of
There's
what
a
happens.
distinction there. So a data breach is essentially a consequence of poor. So it can be a number of things. It can be poor infrastructure. It can be poor oversight on the organization itself.
Yes.
It to me, it's equivalent to someone has a car crash, which can be an irresponsible use of a car or irresponsible maintenance of the car. The reason why I'm saying about the enforcement is not that particular side, is the prior one. All the reactions that you are requesting is those agencies may not have been investigated or fined. The question or my perspective is certain things should not happen by design. What do I mean by that? Cars, I get it. I have the car. I don't need to test the seatbelt.
Yep.
Before it has been in the market, there's been a whole agency that has the tools and the capacities to test that the seatbelt is compliant. And that happens anywhere in the world. What we have right now is this very interesting cognitive dissonance between regulations and industries that have the capacity and the tools to verify that products do not compete at compliance level, because that's the bare minimum for you to be in the market.
Yep.
Versus when it comes to software, we don't have any of that. So a company will claim to be GDPR compliant. This is the same problem everywhere. It has nothing to do with PDPA in particular. It's anywhere in the world. Not a single data protection law in the world has the tools to verify in an objective manner that whoever makes a claim to be compliant actually is compliant. But if I sell a car, I can show you that my seatbelt is compliant. That I can do. This building is not open to the public until Bomba comes and checks everything. And everyone knows what Bomba is going to check. The builder or the constructor knows how he's going to be checking, etc.
So my question is then, who is held accountable for that? we have regulators that are supposed to check. So I did mention the EU, which is one of the strongest regulators in the world. They have put Google, Meta accountable. They have issued expensive fines to these companies.
Fines.
Yes,
So-
but
so-
it,
so
but
there-
it is
there's still a
it-
reaction to it,
Yeah,
but
it
it-
costs
but there are
money.
no
but
prevention.
Something is better than nothing, right? And then that puts a perception that okay, we are watching you, and they know what's going on. So it's not to say that if it's not done, it can't be done. It can be done, but who should be doing it, and why is it not being done, especially at this level?
Okay, so let's just break it down a little bit more, right? So I guess the conversation here that has evolved is the conversation about a reactionary situation versus a conversation of why are we even reacting, right? I think what Jean's trying to make a point here is that these standards have to be created where we don't have to find these individuals, or sorry, these organizations, because we are not talking about these standards being applied or created. I don't know why I'm holding it like I'm singing an opera. So these standards are not created with what the government, so by the government or regulators in each of these countries. So if you look at Malaysia as the example, because we are in Malaysia at this point, if we look at the regulations that are being applied to software or being applied to these products, obviously everyone can agree we can do more. We have to do better, right? So let's move on to the next part of this conversation with regards to how is that data being used, right? So when someone shares that information or the data to a company or an agency, I'll give you one simple example of what I experienced. So I recently went to recycle, some of the things that needs to be recycled in my home, and they told me that I have to sign in, right? I had to put my name, I had to put my contact number, and I have to put my IC number. And I told them why. I asked them why. They said, so we know that Malaysians are using it. I have multiple problems with that statement because I think everyone should be recycling. But the reality is that I told them that you are most likely going to have this information leak, right? And my data is going to be shared in a manner that I don't want it to be shared. I.e., I don't have trust in the data governance policies you have, right? Legally, I'm not even sure whether they should be asking me these questions. But from an ethical standpoint, I don't think that these questions should be asked for something that is so small. I mean, there are degrees of reasons of when
Who's
you
ethics?
ask for more personal data, right? Now, with that said, there is a very pertinent conversation that we have to have before we end this panel session. And this is with regards to how companies, not just agencies, but this is more so happens with companies, and how they use your information when you're a minor and when you're not a minor, okay? So all of us, most of us have children here. They have Facebook accounts, Instagram accounts, so on and so forth. Legally, they can't and they shouldn't be able, they can't vote, right? Undi 18 said you can only vote at 18 years old. Most of them are not 18 years old and they're already making all these accounts. So the way Facebook and all these other social media platforms work is that they don't sell you a product. They just bombard your child with this brand. Eventually, you buy the product, right? Because your child says, I want to get this. And the advertising is designed to get the parents to buy the product. So that's one problem. The second problem is with regards to the intention of the data being shared, right? So everyone here, unfortunately, depending on how you look at this, has bought an Air Asia ticket before, right? And when you buy an Air Asia ticket or you buy any airlines, right? Malaysia Airlines, Emirates, you share your information because they require this information of you to identify that you are the passenger that's going to be on the plane, okay? But during the pandemic, for example, I'm specifically talking about Air Asia because this is what they promoted, right? They moved away from an airline industry to a data-centric organization. And they used all the information that you and I shared to buy a ticket to go to Timbuktu or to Thailand or wherever. And then they started selling us their products related to all the digital products that they had. So the two questions here, right? One is, how do we ensure more protection for children? And the second one is, how do we ensure companies use the data for the intended purpose that of the data being shared to them and not utilize and manipulate it for something else? Because I am okay sharing my information to board a flight. I'm not okay sharing the information for them to sell me a different product. I know what is there. I know I'm sharing the information for, the data for, but they are misusing it. Or are they misusing it? That's the question. So this is an open question. Feel free to answer.
I would like to speak first, yeah. Okay, so I would like to respond just now about the data breaches and the PDPA and all that. So firstly, the list that you read out, mostly government. And so as I would like to enlighten and also make aware to the audience that the PDPA does not cover the government sector. Okay? So,
Which is unfortunate.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we are requesting for the update to cover
Yes,
government
but
agencies.
at the moment it doesn't
Yeah.
cover.
Ah.
So
But that doesn't make them not accountable for the data breaches.
yeah, but
And
not
there
under
should
the
be a
PDPA. So,
repercussion for the data breaches.
legally now it's not under the PDPA. So that would come under the investigation by NACSA, our National Cyber Security Agency. And Mr. Siraj highlighted just now actually, and which is actually a real world scenario, that most of the data breaches right now are cyber related. So it's not about when, it's not about how, it's or if, it's when. So it is very crucial that the cyber law comes into place, and we are also really looking forward to it, so that all these kind of government related data breaches all can be investigated properly. And from the JPDP standpoint, we do have standards, and we do have measures that we put in place to audit these organizations that collect your data. But the volume of it, you have to understand, is also huge. So it is also, Faisal mentioned a very good point about questioning when they collect your data. As users, we need to question why they need to collect your data. But from a regulator standpoint, I might think that perhaps they need to verify if the item is stolen later on, you know? So there is sometimes a reason why the data is needed. And also it is in terms of like the question you brought up just now about age and social media. I think a lot of us know children shouldn't be on Facebook and all that. So who's setting up the accounts for them? So it comes back to the parenting and also the lack of awareness of what data we post online will be there forever. Even if you take it down, it might be there. It's in the cache, it's in somewhere. Somebody has screenshot it, and people are posting things that are, on TikTok just for likes and all that. So it is also, even though the measures are there, that means you must be 18 and above to set up an account. You must be aware that you are going to be posting all these. People are still setting up, children are still setting up. Some children, from the time they are born, the parents have set up an account for them.
But Dr. Cheryl, the social media platforms, they allow for 13-year-olds onwards to join. They don't actually have to be 18 years old. So I think the flaw there is that the regulators have said that you need to make sure that you don't have children on your platform, but all they've done is introduce a system that says, what is that word? Share your age, right? So they click 13 years old, only then they can do it. So a 9-year-old can do it by just saying that they're 13 years old, right? So there's no real regulation there. It's sort of like on the legal side, we've already asked them how old they are. And if they are lying about their information, it's not our fault. So that's how they get away from it, right?
I think that's also coming back to the fact that people are still thinking that it's the parents' duty to be checking all that lah. But if recently I attended the PDP week in Singapore, so they brought up the issues of using AI to detect the age. That means from your behavior, how your sentencing, how you are to detect your age, whether you are really 13 and above or you are under. But then again, that is the the trade-off. That means your child's behavior pattern is being tracked.
Yeah, and they can learn how to circumvent that. I come back to the physical world, right? So there was a case where there was a underage boy drove their parents' car, got into an accident. It happened in Malaysia. I can't remember exactly, and the parents were held accountable. So for me, it come back to the basics, right? We need to control what is valuable to us. If we think as like you mentioned, it's DNA, right? If we think of data as our DNA and we say, hey, I would like a strand of your DNA that I can manipulate and clone and whatever for a video, would you give it? I definitely wouldn't. And so we come back to the basics. If an underage minor is using social media, then we go back to the parents. As much as I don't like to put all the blame on parents, but if the kids are underage, hey, parents are responsible. And it comes back to that. We come back now to access. You mentioned about whether we should give people levels of access, right? You need a higher license. If you're driving a truck, you need a GDL license and you need a chemical license and things like that. Well, we're crossing a very thin line of censorship there. Who gets the right to get the license? I think internet and digital world is good. There's a lot of good there and there's a lot of bad. Unfortunately, it's very easy to gravitate towards the bad stuff. It's very easy to just doom scroll and be on your phone hours and hours and hours rather than learn and be productive. And for me, we can put all the technology in place and we can put all the regulation in place. It is just human nature, any culture, any country, any society, that we will go down the path of least resistance to feed our endorphin, to get our endorphin. And if we don't have the discipline to control that, no matter what, it will come back to that. So I'm always going back to the basic. I'm a traditionalist. Unfortunately, I say we need to be responsible for our children and for our usage and for our data.
Even like, for example, you have the timer, right? How long you have been screen time, right? So those are already like what measures that are in place, put in by Samsung, by iPhone and all that. And still there, we have the issues of digital addiction.
Yeah,
So-
you can circumvent it, and it's all good habits. Like for me, okay, I'll share you my habits. I turn off all notifications on my phone, all. Even on my watch, there's no notification. So the phone doesn't tell me when to look at the phone. I look at the phone. And at 10 o'clock, my phone goes completely silent. Even phone calls don't go through. I only program the important calls. So like my wife, my family, if in case of emergency, they need to call me at 3 a.m. in the morning for some reason. That's done. Even at night, when it's that 10 a.m., my screen will go gray. So I don't see the red dots on my icons. And even I program my phones, all the red dots don't have a number. Because I know the numbers are designed to create anxiety. For you to know that, oh, I have to check. The notifications are designed to create anxiety. So, and this is what I teach my children as well. Turn off the notifications. I tell them, guys, the phone control you or you control the phone. So again, it comes back to the basics. Yeah.
So I think these are obviously great tips, right? And you're in a position where you know these things. I think there's this really famous Netflix series, documentary, I think a couple of years ago, that taught us how to grayscale the phone, don't give your children access to social media. A Social Dilemma, there we go. Yeah, that's the one. Social Dilemma. So you guys got to watch that. They'll add a lot of perspective in regards to how to use these tools. I think the stuff that you're seeing here is core. It's a very core component of the educational pathway that is required for children and teenagers and youth to sort of apply. But not just them, even adults, right? Even I have the grayscale. I tap 3 times and my phone goes gray because I've programmed it that way. But ultimately, when we look at the opportunities, right? We have school modules, KBSN, KBSR, and I wear educator's hat when I speak about this, right? I feel like a lot of the problems can very easily be mitigated if we have a lot of education and awareness from a very young age, right? If we are teaching children already about self-autonomy, protection of your body, how to take care of your tongue, what to say, what not to say, these things shouldn't just be the things that we teach them. We also need to teach them obviously stuff related to how to exist on a digital platform, how to use digital products, how to use phones and technology. I think when it comes to these sort of things, I think you mentioned earlier from MCMC that you have all these initiatives, right? But I do feel that it doesn't permeate enough towards the communities, right? Because it requires an opt-in process. Whereas in the school, what you think is the most important, you are going to make them study because it's part of their schedule and their stuff that they have to do. So I guess all of us from all organizations, including people who are not from organizations, parents, have a role to play. But I guess for this specific panel, right, I think all of us can go back and start thinking with regards to what is it that my department, my organization, my position, how can it be used to increase the level of education, not just digital literacy, but also digital protection, digital literacy protection, or should I say, I don't know how to quote this, but protection for digital, platforms, right? So I think we have to go to the Q&A session at this point with the,
Sorry,
the audience.
just one.
But
Can I-
yeah, but before we go there, the two of you please have your say and then we'll move on.
Please go ahead.
Actually, I've been like burning to cover, because this part talks a lot about, the different duties and responsibilities we're trying to assign to the different levels of society when it comes to data governance, right? So obviously at the lowest level, everyday life, when it comes to individuals, children, awareness, education, that has been like talked on quite extensively on this panel. But I think above that also, just now when we talk about corporations, there's the whole, of course, corporations, we are very reactive. Corporations are very reactive to the legislation and the policies that the government has in place, of course. And I think what really needs to be said is that, we talk about, it's been mentioned by Mr. Siraj, Doctor, that laws need to be updated. So then the question is, what is the process the government is undertaking, improving in order to enable and speed up the legal process? We cannot say that the government, the same number of sessions of parliament is going to take place now compared to 30 years ago. The times have changed. And why aren't we asking the government to have more sessions of parliament in order to pass those laws if it's truly needed? It's not like the government cannot change its processes, And we are not talking enough about this. And we need to have a broad perspective. The government needs to be very aware of what's happening globally in the world and be responsive to these developments, to be relevant and to have laws that are relevant and effective. Okay, having laws is one thing. Enforcement is another thing as well. The structure, the structure, the duties and the roles. We cannot just have laws that end up being toothless tigers or just there for the sake of saying, we got, PDPA. For me, even as a young lawyer, when I look back at the national policies or laws when it comes to IT and technology, back in 1997, 1998, all the technology laws came in, digital signature, Communications and Multimedia Act. Then there was then 2006, the electronic commerce and all that. Then after that, 2010, we have the personal data protection. And suddenly for the next 14 years, there's complete silence. There's no development of law. There's no laws that came into place that's technology related. And unfortunately, I would say, you want to talk about all the hacking and all the malicious cyber actors. Why is that? Because we don't have the laws in place. When we don't have laws in place, we're telling the world, hello, Malaysia is open for whatever to do, whatever you want, because corporations are not responding to non-existent legislation, unfortunately.
I think we have to thank to this current government because they
Yes.
are fastening the Cyber Security Act, where the Cyber Security Act is under National Cyber Security Agency. Many Malaysians very confused about security. And they think security being hacked, they always think about MCMC. They always think that if talk about data breach, they always think about PDPA. Actually, no, it's totally wrong. PDPA is governing the data, just governing in corporate sectors so that they are in a well governance. MCMC infrastructure, in their original establishment, they are not talking about the security. They're talking about building up communication infrastructure. And back to 2010, if not wrong, NACSA was no, I think 2000 something. I'm not exactly the years of NACSA initiated. Later on, the Cyber Court initiated, and then comes to the previous government tried to form the anti-fake news, for example, everything to align with the Cyber Court, and then the change of government, and comes to MCCA study about fall of government because of internet. And then this year, the first draft was finished. It was presented in UIA last week.
Yep.
And then next year, we're it will be presented in Parliament. As far as I understand, and we urged NATSA last time to put a compulsory to every single company that provides cyber security services. So that, for example, Jabatan Pendaftaran Negara. Yes, the data managed by Jabatan Pendaftaran Negara. But still, there's a company that built the system. It's not built by the government staff. It's built by a company through contracts. And the cybersecurity report also sub to a company that providing cybersecurity services. So by having the cybersecurity bill, every single structure bind as a responsibilities. So let's say there is a data breach, the first person will be questioned is the penetration tester company, a pen tester company. Why? Because they are the one who give a report that every system secure. Let's say this building, there's a park guard down there. Anything happen in this building related to security, the first question, the first things that the police will ask is the park guard. Why? They say anything like be stolen in this building because they be paid to secure this building. So if we have this mechanism ahead, at least we can curb many issues, including the data protection. Because there are many reasons why data breach happen. It might be hackers, but very minor actually. The majority happen because of integrity and our lackiness of digital literacy. We don't keep our credentials. We share our credential with people, with other persons. And a very small percentage that external hackers hack the system. Actually, it's very hard to hack any system easily unless you put your password like password 123. I believe that many people like put it very easy for your Wi-Fi, for example. Password 123 star, for example. So there's many reasons. But comes to that happen with the cybersecurity bill, I believe it will change a lot for Malaysian. Very. And I think that maybe a media company like this, you have to support the agenda for the government. I'm the activist, but I believe that we must put an end on this. There are a lot of confusions from different entities.
Okay, Faisal, if I can say, because the word toothless tiger was said.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So, in terms of the PDPA itself, we have standards, we have regulations that the companies need to follow when they collect personal data. So these things are part of the if let's say there's a data breach and all that, that's part of the investigation that we check to make sure that they have complied or they have done the penetration testing. So in a lot of cases, especially nowadays, because the threats are coming from everywhere. So in a lot of cases, they've done all that. They've done the training for their staff. So it's not that it's, I would say it's wrong to say it's responsive. A lot of companies are actually very proactive. They're having programs, they are training their staff, but there is still a human element that sometimes there are insider threats, sometimes there is a human weaknesses, and the threats are continuously evolving a step ahead. So it is something that is more about how do they mitigate the damage? How do they damage control when the damage happens? How do they detect the threats when it happens or before it happens? Those kind of things are more relevant in today's world. And if we talk about the Act, I believe the CMA is in the same situation as the PDPA. The change in the government has jeopardized a lot in terms of our progress because these were all in the pipeline for many years already. But when you don't have stability in the government, then it has become a delay. When new government come in, they have their new mindset. They have the new things that they want to put in. So everything becomes, you go back, you go forward. You go back, you go forward. So I think it is it is good that we have stability. That means we actually, from the regulator's perspective, it's good for us to have everything in line that we can progress and we can give better to the rakyat actually. Thank you.
I also want to say that, you know, when we talk about knowledge and education for consumers and also transparency from the government, I think there needs to be, for example, let's just take MySejahtera, you know, when MySejahtera was introduced and everybody was asked to sign up, the question that came into mind was who's going to own that data? Who is the company that's developing it? There's no information at all out there. There was no transparency. And of course, you know, the reports after all the various data breaches, what we get is a notice saying that this data breach happened and then no update whatsoever to the people, no notification whatsoever on who is affected. Individuals that I would imagine, even myself, if I was affected, there was no notification at all. And yet, on the other hand, there's the PDPA, there's this all these standards that corporations have to comply with. So I do feel that to a certain extent, the government must also show a good example. And if they demand that kind of transparency and expectation of reporting data breaches by the corporations, the same standard should also apply for the government as well. Because at the end of the day, the government is accountable to the people. Where the data breaches happen involve government institutions, they are the big fish, right? Corporations are just corporations that have a specific limited number. But where government systems are not sufficiently secured and data breaches happen, that is the sovereignty of the country that is being affected. I think the government needs to recognize and see it from that perspective, that it affects the sovereignty of the government because it affects the Malaysians.
So I'll just interject right there specifically as an instigator. That was exactly the core of my question about the nature of data. So depending on how to recognize that, states become much more accountable, much more responsible based on the duties of protection towards their citizens, but also the digital twins. And that changes the whole conversation. When you're thinking about, for instance, you have bilateral agreements for citizens from country A to be able to visit country B. And if anything happens in country B, there are mechanisms for you to be able to protect your citizens, because otherwise you're sending the message that you can mess with my citizens, basically speaking. And you do have those duties of protection, but also you have this interest on being able to protect your citizens from an ethical perspective to begin with. Now, what happens when data is moving across jurisdictions and that you cannot enforce that same protection? When that information may be used as a weapon against that sovereignty itself. The misconception that we may have so far on looking at data as such a thing that is very disconnected from us is possibly our undoing in terms of not being able to evaluate the consequences of the misuse of that data. But I also want to go one step further. Sometimes I have more the impression that we talk a lot about data, but not enough about algorithms. The data is not as important as the algorithm, and I'm going to exemplify this very, very simple. Let's say that me and yourself know that Faisal has done something illegal. Is he in danger just because we know that he did something illegal? No, he isn't. He will be in danger if either of us decides to go to the cops and tell them that he did something illegal. So the actual existence of the data itself is not the problem. The problem is what you decide to do upon the data, is all the processes you're going to be inferring, the software, basically. And so for as long as we don't have that specific control of being able to define what software can and should, what could and shouldn't be doing, we're still going to be struggling about what do we do with the data.
I think if I can reply to that, in Malaysia and regionally as well, in Singapore, a few other regional countries, we don't talk about privacy per se. Our law is not a privacy law, it's a Personal Data Protection Act. So the scope of a Personal Data Protection Act is much smaller than the privacy that you are accustomed to in Europe. And so in Europe, for example, if a EU citizen is living in Malaysia, you're covered because your EU GDPR is extra-territorial. You get that coverage. But in Malaysia, we do not have that lah. So it is limited to Malaysia in itself. So like the privacy aspect, that part is not, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, that's not for me to say, but it is not right now in the PDPA. Okay, and also coming about the MySejahtera data, because it's been brought up a few times, so I need to clarify that the PDPA does not cover government data. So MySejahtera data is not, and you are very right in saying it affects national sovereignty and all that, because it is a higher level than the PDPA. So it is not, it is not right to put it in the same sphere, because the implications of the MySejahtera data is much bigger, which is what we have been trying to push through NAQSA. It must be tackled through NAQSA because of the volume of the data, because it involves our critical national infrastructure, which is the data of our people.
Sorry, what is NAQSA for the audience?
National Cyber Security Agency.
So is, in your words there, it sounds like you're saying PDPA is not the, yeah.
So the PDPA actually, it's scoped to commercial transactions. So personal data in commercial transactions. So the scope is, it is in fact not to hinder business, but it's to facilitate at the same time to safeguard the consumer rights lah. So that the scope is not as wide as involving data in security issues, in other issues as well. Yeah.
So it's not a toothless tiger then, it's just a baby tiger, right? For smaller, it's a smaller scope. Okay. So I guess just to conclude, right? I guess the conversation that happened here was basically one with regards to what are the standards we are applying towards businesses, and whether or not those same businesses, sorry, those standards should be applied to government agencies, right? So obviously we've had examples earlier mentioned that what was similar to all the agencies was mentioned was the data breach, right? And with the data breaches, I think it's hard for Malaysian to feel like the PDPA is supposed to do its job when the agencies are not punished when they have data breaches. And of course, the data breaches come from the fact that, you know, data governance policies internally is not trained, is not communicated well, people are not trained well, so on and so forth. That specific example I gave about the recycling center is another reason. So, you know, in conclusion here, it seems like we are in agreement that the PDPA isn't the solution for all the things we're talking about. It's just a subset, right? So obviously, you know, without having to attack you, that's not what we're here to do, right? We're just talking about it. With regards to the rest of the things we're talking about, are there any any inside information you can share with regards to what else is coming? You know, what else will cover the rest?
Okay, so we are looking forward to that. The cybersecurity bill, the CMA also would be like very helpful. And also, what was it just now? You mentioned something else?
Yeah, I was saying that.
New development. Yeah. So those are things we are looking for lah. And definitely the two things that I'm at liberty to say about the data protection officer, the data breach notification that comes in with the amendment for the PDPA. Yeah, that would be very helpful. The data breach notification and the data protection officer. Yeah. So it's not to say that those are not in practice right now, but it's not enforceable by law. So when it's enforceable by law, then we will see more teeth lah, maybe. And also, okay.
Yeah. Faisal, I would like to also add on, because I was there.
We have 1 more minute, ma'am.
Yeah, I was there for the discussion with the private sector and the deputy minister when they were talking about reviewing the PDPA. Now, one of the main things is that they want to increase the fines for the companies when there's a data breach. And the discussion that took place by all the companies there was, it's too high. Can you please reduce? You know, nobody was talking about how to address the data breach that was going to affect the consumers. And secondly, I think the PDPA till today does not cover compensation for the consumers. So yes, the companies pay to the government the fines, but what about the consumer? My data, it's supposed to be controlled by me. I'm supposed to own the data. There's now a breach, but at the end of the day, I'm not getting any compensation. There's no provision for me to take a civil action against these companies if there's a data breach. I did raise this in that discussion, but I'm not sure in the final version what's going to happen.
Okay, so yeah, I just remembered what you said just now about naming and shaming.
Yeah.
So naming and shaming.
I didn't say naming and shaming. I said we're not here to attack you. Yeah.
No,
So don't have to
about
name
the
and shame anyone.
companies that have the breach and what are the fines and all that. So this one also comes back to our management lah. In the past, our management did not want to name and shame. So that's why we just put figures or we don't put the naming and shaming. So we don't know how it will be in the future. Perhaps we might follow the Singapore route of naming and shaming. Another thing was that about the redress for consumers. So that is not in the PDPA, but you do have means if you want to take civil action, means you engage your own lawyer or through the tribunal. Yeah.
I think there are a lot of difficulties and as a huge burden to put on consumers to initiate civil action because of how difficult, first of all, it is, how expensive it is, first of all. Second of all, how difficult it is to prove a cause of action in negligence, because you have to prove that the damage that has been caused to you and all that. It is very difficult. One thing I would like to say that, in terms of from the stakeholders or the corporations that are under of course, the PDPA, because it covers corporations, right? I think what is needed is that the PDPA should not just be seen as something to just penalize the corporations. There must be a purpose and an environment and a good reason for breach reporting to happen. Perhaps it is because internally information sharing can happen, that ultimately the issues can be addressed within that let's say if it's technology related in the technology industry, such information shared within the technology industry. If it's automotive, then that kind of environment that would encourage the breach reporting, because we do not want to say, okay, you must say you got breached. Why? So that we can fine you. That's not good enough. And I think that's the concern as well in terms in the industry, because sometimes I think the feeling is that you can do so much, but there are always better and smarter hackers out there. And it's a matter of, it's like by luck, whether you can or not. There's that kind of attitude in the industry as well.
All right. So thank you very much. So really quickly, 30 seconds, because we actually have to go to the questions now. They actually have more questions for you. So yeah.
Yeah. So just now you mentioned about the fines, right? Yeah. So the fines also, actually it's all will be dependent on the proof that they can show us that they have conducted training, that they have taken the measures, they've done the penetration testing. But the main thing is that in a lot of cases that we have encountered also, because of the cost of IT and security that is high, a lot of companies choose not to invest, or they don't practice their inside cyber hygiene. That means it is data that they've collected maybe 10 years ago for competition that they've forgotten about, that is in a server lying somewhere, that a student, was a private university, their student was disgruntled and tried hacking into the system, stole all their data. So in that case, do you think they deserve to be fined?
Yeah, okay, so it's a rhetorical question. You don't actually have to answer it. Okay, thank you very much to all the panelists. We are going to go to the Q&A sessions, but just before we go there, can everyone just get their flags ready? I got a couple of questions, so let's see whether or not you've been paying attention. So I guess the first question is, does everyone think that PDPA is doing its job? Yes for green, red for no. Okay, so it's mixed, right? So that's good, right? They can't be impartial. Yeah, that's why I asked the question. Okay, next question would be a simple one. Yes for green, sorry, green for yes, red for no. Did you all learn something from the panelists today? Yeah. There's one that said red there, tangkap dia, Cheng. Change already, yeah? Yeah. We're just joking, but we know where you're sitting. Yeah. All right, next question with regards to the panelists, right? Would you like to see more of these panelists in the next session of the data dialogue? Green, yes, green for yes, red for no. Yeah, see the same red one there. Okay, great. All right, final question, just to get the mood up and running. Who here feels like they are hungry? Green for yes, red for no. Yeah, everybody's hungry. Okay, so we'll keep it to a quick Q&A session, right? We can perhaps do 2, depending on how fast the panelists speak and answer the questions. If anyone has a question, they can just go up to the microphone in the middle there. Yeah, please go ahead. You can already start lining up too if you would like. Yeah. All right, just introduce yourself, your name. If you would like to share where you're from, that'll be great too. And if you have a specific question for a specific panelist, you can ask them directly, or you can leave it as an open question too.
My name is Sulaiman Azmil. I'm from Access Broadband, but none of these questions are being asked on behalf of the company. This is all out of personal interest. So I've got 3 questions, and I think the questions will be self-explanatory as to who would be best to answer the questions. So the first one was with respect to the issue of the absence of, specific absence of consumer redress with respect to breaches of the soon or the impending cybersecurity bill. And then it was raised that it would be very difficult to establish negligence. So just a question, I suppose, to the legal practitioner. If a breach of statutory duty can be established by way of prosecution by the relevant authorities, and that particular breach of statutory duty actually led to a loss to a particular consumer or class of consumers, is it possible to frame a cause of action based on that? So that's the first question. I'll go through the questions first because in case there's any overlap. The second question is the question about PDPA's application to the federal government and state governments, which at present is not the case. Now, I understand under the cybersecurity bill, there is the intention of making that bill applicable to the federal and state governments. So taking cognizance of that particular development, wouldn't it be, shall I say, an opportunity perhaps to truly consider whether the PDPA, which I think is also meant to be amended soon, would also factor in that element, its application to the federal government and state governments. And last question is, NACSA, I believe, is intended to be the regulatory body that will be enforcing the Cybersecurity Act when it becomes an act. And there are elements in the course of the discussion which show that there'll be potential areas where something could be under the purview of NACSA or something could be under the purview of the PDPC. So is there potential of a situation of an overlap? And if that's the case, how are the relevant authorities intending to address this? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. Although question number 1 sounds like you're asking from your company. No, I'm just joking.
I had an interest in personal data way before I joined Maxis.
I see. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. All right. So I guess question 1, Ms. Sarah, you want to take a jab at it?
I think whether a breach of statutory duty that has been established by prosecution, so that's a criminal offense essentially, or quasi-criminal offense, whether that being established would assist in a civil suit. Potentially, possibly, it really depends on the ingredients and the evidence, I think. Arguably, of course, the standard that is imposed for criminal is higher than the civil standard, but the elements perhaps sometimes might be a bit different. And it depends on the evidence, I think, that is brought forward and whether it fulfills the civil suit criteria. Of course, I think, yeah, it really depends.
What would be the examples of that? Because this is a very lawyer answer. It depends, right? So, like, it depends on what?
Breach of statutory duty.
Like what would be the elements that needs to exist for it to be a criminal?
Oh, for civil, it's very clear cut. Of course, I think establishing the statutory duty and then establishing that the breach actually happened, the breach actually caused the damage, and the damage was actually suffered. Those are the various elements. And the person claiming, essentially, if you are the one who has been affected, you have that burden of proving that you suffered each of those elements, that the breach caused it, the breach actually happened. So that's like looking into the reports itself and looking into what actually happened, and then the resulting of it, what is the information that was breached, whether it was your information is included in that data that was breached, and what was the harm that was suffered from it, because then it's monetary, right? You will be translated into monetary terms. Then what is the monetary damages or compensation that you get to get? And that really depends on the law. It depends on the cases that have been established prior to that. There's a lot of factors that are involved. Yeah,
So
but generally for cases like this, I think it is difficult to prove the breach caused the causation part, that the breach caused the damage.
Okay.
So that is the difficulty, legal difficulty when it comes to cases like this.
Yeah. All right. So thanks for that. So question 2, I think Mr. Siraj, want to take a jab at it?
I want to tell all of you the truth. Cybersecurity community in Malaysia is not that big.
It's
Very
not what?
small.
Sorry, it's not?
Cybersecurity community is not big.
It's not
very small. So there is a very high potential that they know each other. And that's why up to date, it's very hard for us to see hackers being charged in the court, being catched but not charged. Where are they? So this question mark being questioned before to the police. So that's why the cybersecurity bill, very important. I give you one common example. When Park Guard wants to become a Park Guard, they must register their names to Ministry of Home Affairs, KDN, and must vetted by the police. If they fail in that vetting process, which means that they cannot become a Park Guard. Or if a company providing a services of security yet to hire unvetted staff, so this company can be can be charged by the government. So that's we want to see this cybersecurity governance in our country. Everyone must have responsibility. The company and the clients and the governments and the consumers must collaborate every single part of it. And if, for example, the pen tester company, every single red team, blue team, or any kind of head in that fantastic company, for example, they not declare any kind of person working in this company. And then if there is any breach happen in the future, the punishment very heavy. Because not just every Malaysian can take action against of the company. Because the company serve for the clients and the clients serve for the consumer, like us. So it's like chain. So at the end of the day, any cybersecurity services will take responsibility, but at the same time, the goal is there. Every cybersecurity service will receive like durian runtuh when it comes to compulsory. And then from my point of view, that PDPA will work on it by collecting the audit report. For example, cybersecurity audit report. Doctor just said that they must come with the audit from the company, either pen tested or not. So currently there is no governance in pen testing segment. Cybersecurity audit, there is no compulsory for the company to submit the cybersecurity report. To whom? Before this, there is no that mechanism. So after this, we will see the process. Financial report, maybe data report, and then we will see the cybersecurity report for every industry that involved with digital.
Great, thank you so much. Question 3, Dr. Cheryl, want to take a jab at it?
So if, correct me if I'm wrong, just now it was about the overlap with the cyber bill, right?
Was that it? Yeah.
Overlap. The roles of PDPA and
Correct. That was correct in terms of question 3, but question 2 was something else. Question 2 was a straightforward question as to whether the PDPA would be considered to, in the course of its amendment, be made to apply to the federal government and state governments as well, taking cognizance of what's intended to happen vis-a-vis the cybersecurity bill. Just to clarify, question 2.
Okay, thank you for the question. So whether the PDPA may be expanded to include the federal and state government, at the moment in the current amendment, I would say no. They had consultation with many government agencies and all that, and the decision was that perhaps it might be considered in the future, but at the moment, no. Yeah. So there are other acts that are also governing the public sector, which are being looked into. Like Singapore government, they've got a Public Governance Act. So something similar to that might be upcoming in the future lah, in terms of the Malaysian scenario. So for the question number 3 about the overlap with the cyber bill, so there will also be a reporting. So the 2 things that I maybe can highlight is that the data breach notification and the data protection officer, which is in our amendments. So a similar feature of that will also be in the cyber bill. So the dialogue that have been taking place between NACSA and PDPA would be to determine the extent and the scope. So it depends. So if, let's say, just an example, if let's say there is a breach in a bank, there is a bank breach, means your data has been breached. So the scale of which would determine whether it's a national emergency or whether it's limited to PDPA itself. So if it is the scale of which involving how many data users, involving what kind of data, all that will determine whether it is a national level issue or whether it is a bigger issue. So that will have to be ironed out when the act comes into place and we come up with our guidelines and also our regulations. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. You have a flag. Can we see whether they've answered all your questions, sir? Question 1, green flag, red flag? Oh, green for, fantastic. Well done, guys. 1 point each, right? Unfortunately, we don't have much time for next question. Can we? Yeah. You're going to blame him. He asked 3 questions. So please come on over. Yeah.
Good afternoon, distinguished panel. My name is Casey. I'm from a mobile virtual network operator, Value. Right now, I've been a banker before. I'm head of compliance right now. I'm a financial crime specialist here because I did my camps. Right. So day to day, my question is now on 21 September 2023, NST reported 15 data breach cases per week. Yeah. And this is something that's now they're saying it's growing, right? Now, I'm coming from a consumer perspective. Day by day, every other day, I have someone who will call me and say, hey, I just lost 6,000, I just lost 16,000, I just lost 20,000, I got scammed. Now, my question to them is, how did your details go out, right? So there would have been an online purchase. They would have used some method of buying something, not just going and clicking on a link. Now, the question I'm asking is, like, if you go to a restaurant right now in Bukit Bintang, they'll put a QR code there, and you all know about phishing, right? So when you put a QR code, your information is going out. So just because you want to order food, but you do not know what else is going to happen to your data. So if I say, no, I'm not going to use this, they'll say, I'm sorry, sir, we can't take your order. So what does the consumer has, what right does the consumer has right now to protect oneself from their data being breached? Now that's the kind of question I'm asking, and I'm not too sure how many of you in this room who have become a victim of a scam. Now that's the reality that we are facing right now. It's all good because I am champion of PDPA, I'm the privacy officer. It's all good. The laws are good, everything is good, but what is not happening? Why isn't it stopping? Is it enforcement? And then it comes back to saying, oh, consumers lack awareness. But consumers are also not allowed to protect their own data. So if I go to the hospital and they say, no, I need all of your information, and I say, no, I'm not going to give you this personal information, then they'll say, you go and find another hospital. I mean, this is what's happening right now. So the question I'm throwing to the panel is, how can we address this so that we can actually stop? Now, when we went into the financial crime space, right, why we were trying to fight money laundering and terrorism financing, why was it so difficult? Because there were so many loopholes. The law was fantastic, but there were so many other loopholes that we could not see from a layman perspective. So that's my question. I'm not too sure whether we have time to answer, but I just want to bring it up as a thought process.
Thank you, sir, for your question. I think a bunch of questions there, they all relate to the same thing with regards to protection. How can we do better? Anyone wants to attempt this question?
I think this is like, I've been so provocative before, like 3 years before, blaming so many government agency in terms of data when it comes to cybercrime, for example. Our law very absolute. 1998 for MCMC, 1997 for PDRM, 2010 for PDPA, very long time. And
so
then,
you've been blaming the other agencies basically?
Last time.
Yeah, all right.
I blame all the articles by articles and so on. So when we talk about cyber crimes, that's why we must form a very good collaboration between consumer, government agencies, and then the private sectors. Currently, for example, media play a very good job spreading awareness. That's one, for example. And then the police, for example, keep on even up to the PDRM have the cybercrime page, very active, for example. So they are doing their job. And then when we talk about the cybercrime and also about our data, like I said, even our phone, we cannot protect it. Today is a lot of, if you have opportunity to ask some IT expert, you can see a lot of hacking or new tech services offered in dark web. So the cyber criminals, not just by getting your details, they can penetrate your phones and read your SMS. That's why the Bank Negara Malaysia asked all the banks to move on from relying on TAC to the secure activation via apps. So the criminals adapt all the technologies, even up to sometimes the technology was created by the criminals and they put it in the consumer perspective, and then we use it, and then they manipulate us back. And then the confusion happened that, for example, our phone numbers. I think every organizations, when we deal with it, a phone number is like a must, because phone number is a communication door for us to communicate with other people. So phone numbers for me cannot be put in privacy segment anymore, unless you want to tackle like one good lady for a man and for one good man for a lady, for example, to get the number. That one, two different things. But in the data ecosystem, we cannot put it in privacy anymore. This is the truth. I'm telling you the truth. Because if we talk one data breach, for example, A data breach, and like few days before, the media reported, I think 4th November, 2 days ago, right? 2 days ago reported via Utusan that one telecommunication company data breach, millions of information spreaded. And then maybe you are part of the user in this company. But before that, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, our information like details, IC number, address spreaded. So what we want to see now is no more about the blaming on the privacy issues. We want to talk about the sovereignty. The information about us cannot be altered. That is more important. The identity, for example. Now the government try to implement the national digital ID, where some groups try to against it without good understanding. But the national digital identity is one of the reason to curb the scam issues, because fake identity is one of the tools being used by the scammer to scam people. So there's an initiative made by the government. It's clearly, I can see, I'm not a government staff, but from the point of view, we see that it's running, it keep going right now. And then the rest is of us as a consumer to play our role. While the government doing it, while the corporation try to be more better, at least consumer, we must be better. If we put the blame all to the other people and waiting and just asking, for me that is like never ending.
Okay.
Personally, I have a different perspective because I think we cannot expect every single consumer to be of a certain level of understanding. And we have to also consider that consumers, there are many different segments of society as well. The elderly, the disabled, the children, marginalized groups. And I think that we should push back against accepting that we do not have a right to privacy, that our information is up there, we just accept it. I think that there are certain remedial actions that, with right structures in place, with the right remedies in place, I can't remember which, I think it was in the US, a company where, let's say, I give an example, where data leak happened and passport numbers and information were all issued. The company had to pay for replacement of passports for all the people involved in the data breach. So those are effective remedies to ensure that people regain control of their privacy, or regain ownership of that data, and that they're back to having possession of that data. They have control of who they allow or who they give their data to, then rather than accepting that their data is out there. And I think in terms of the the national ID initiative, government has to take this into consideration and also acknowledge that there are issues and there are trust issues. I think amongst Malaysians, they have to do a lot to show that they are trustworthy, that they are capable of keeping our data secured. They also have to convince people that the end user, in terms of the issues of fraud and misuse of these data, just like how, elections, you get ghost voters, sometimes when you have these digital things, those issues may crop up as well. So address those issues and increase the trust. I think initiatives like this cannot be rushed through, and there must be a lot of buy-in from the people rather than just forcing people to accept national digital ID, and then when something bad happens, then people are just left to their devices with no proper remedy. I think that would be very irresponsible. I think more needs to be done for this aspect, for the national digital identity. Yeah.
All right, great. So just conclusion, right? Collaborative.
I just wanted to very quickly. I do agree with Sarah that you have different segments of vulnerable consumers, and so you cannot just say one size fits all. And I think the problem is, I think that last question about from the first speaker person who asked that question about the overlap, and I think that's where we are actually lacking. We have sometimes wonderful laws, wonderful regulations. We keep in touch with everything. We are number 3 in terms of ITU coming up with certain regulations and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, a lot of the agencies are working in silos. There's no intercoordination between the agencies. And that's where you see whenever it comes to redress or any remedies for the consumers, they do not know where to go. And that's why sometimes they come to us. They are like, I don't know who to complain to. Because if, for example, when you talk about e-commerce, if you go on an e-commerce platform like Shopee, Lazada, and then you have got a complaint, okay, you go to them, they try to remedy, sometimes they don't respond to you, you go to the Ministry of Domestic Trade. But if you go to Meta or you go to Instagram, where you also have these kind of platforms or Carousel or Marketplace and stuff like that, and if you do an e-commerce transaction and you're not happy, you can't go to KPDN. KPDN says, anything to do with social media, e-commerce, we are not in charge. So for the consumers, then they are confused. You either then have to go to MCMC or you go to make a police report, things like that, and consumers end up not knowing where to go. So I think even when we talk about PDPA or even when you're talking about the cybersecurity bills, there's bound to have, again, these problems, and that's where everything is going to fall through the cracks. And at the end of the day, I can say that who will be the victims? It will be individuals and the consumers, where again, we're not going to be able to get any remedies for our data breaches. So I think the government needs to keep that in mind and kind of close these gaps before the acts actually come to Parliament and are discussed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. Let's stop because everyone's dying of hunger at this point. So we want to get them to eat so they stay for the next few sessions. Just to close up this session, collaboratively, it's very clear everyone here has talked about the need for us to carry your own weight as an individual, as a father, as a parent, as an agency, from the legal perspective. So all these weightages are not the same, obviously, because with more power comes more responsibility. Spider-Man right there for you. And without further ado, let's say thank you so much to the panelists. We really appreciate your time. Hands together for them. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll pass back the floor to the MC.
All right. Thank you very much for all the speakers up on stage for the extremely insightful and contentious discussion. We hope everybody here, everyone in the audience, found that conversation extremely enjoyable as well. Can we have another round of applause for our moderator, instigator, and panelists? Now, before we get ready for lunch, we would like to welcome CFM's chairman, Mr. Mega Ishak, to the stage to hand out a token of appreciation and to take group photo. Firstly, I'd like to invite our moderator, Mr. Sheikh Faisal from the Malaysian World Schools Debate Education Society. I'd also like to invite our instigator, Mr. Jean-Francois Querault from the IO Foundation. I'd also like to invite our panel, Dr. Cheryl Ba Kumara Kulang Sahe from the Department of Personal Data Protection. Mr. Mot Fairuz Muhammad from the Malaysian Communication and Multimedia Commission. Miss Sarah Yong Leeson from the Malaysian Bar Council. Dato Indrani Turaisingam from the Federation of Malaysian Consumers Associations. Mr. Siraj Jalil from the Malaysian Cyber Consumer Association. And lastly, Mr. Amin Ashari, CEO and co-founder of soyachinchao.com. Thank you very much to all of our speakers, and thank you very much to CFM's chairman. Can we take a group photo? All right, everyone, give them a round. Can we get another round of applause for everyone? Okay, before we proceed to lunch, and I'm sure we are all very hungry at this point, on a much more pressing note, I would like to call attention to a recent increase and concern about public health and safety, especially here. As you may or may not have heard, Malaysia has seen a recent resurgence in COVID-19 cases. In fact, it was recently reported that there's been a 59% increase in the amount of COVID-19 cases over the past week. So this is just a quick reminder to say that if you are feeling any symptoms or showing any symptoms of COVID-19, do please wear a mask and maintain like SOPs that we followed for basically the past few years. Before we proceed to lunch, I'd like to give a teaser as well on what's going to happen over the next course of the event. We're going to start off after lunch with a talk from Mr. Siraj Jalil about dark patterns, which is a very important concept that is most likely just as cool as it sounds. And right after that, we're going to continue with a debate session by the Malaysian World Schools Debate Education Society on a topic that can be very closely linked to the discussion that we just heard earlier about personal information and about personal data control and regulation, as well as consumer protections. Now, it's time for us to refuel our minds and bodies. I would like to welcome everybody, all of our attendees who are here with us today, to enjoy a lunch, which is right in front of the hotel ballroom. For our fellow Muslim attendees, the sorau is on this level, to the left of the ballroom, and straight ahead near the bathrooms. We will meet back here again at 2 o'clock to continue our Data Dialogue 2023. Thank you very much.
Saturday esok. 더는 망설이지 마 제발 내 심장을 거두어가 그래 날카로울수록 좋아 달빛조차도 눈을 감은 밤 나 아닌 다른 남자였다면 이 극 안에 한 구절이었더라면 너의 그 사랑과 바꾼 상처 모두 태워버려 Baby don't cry tonight 어둠이 거치고 나면 Baby don't cry tonight 없었던 일이 될 거야 물거품이 되는 것은 네가 아니야 근데 몰라야 했던 So baby don't cry cry 내 사랑이 널 지킬 테니 오직 서로를 향해 있는 운명을 주고받아 엇갈릴 수밖에 없는 그만큼 더 사랑했음을 난 알아 You smile, sunshine 언어락들은 저의 못담을 잘라 맘에 파도처럼 부서져 내리잖아 Tonight, oh, 이 몰아치는 하늘이 너 baby don't cry Tonight, 조금만 어울리잖아 눈물보다 찬란히 빛나는 이 순간 너를 보내야 해 So baby don't cry 내 사랑이 기억될 테니
컴컴한 고통의 그늘 위 바람은 두개 네가 못 참기 넘어져도 그마저도 널 위해서라면 감당할 테니 대신 나를 줄게 이름을 모르는 너에게 Don't cry 그게 없는 너보단 차디찬 웃음을 보여줘 baby baby Don't cry 제발 망설이지는 마라 좁을 거품이 될 그 찰나 baby Don't cry 눈부신 사랑으로 남을 수 있게 차라리 그 가슴을 태워줘
네 눈 속에 가득 차오르는 달빛 우후, 소리 없이 고통 속에 헤어지는 이 밤 Cry 미치고 나면 길어지 왜 너야 Tonight ooh yeah 넌 일이 될 거야 내가 보내는 것은 네가 아니야 근데 몰라 So baby don't cry supposed to do after that?
Hello, everyone. We're gonna resume the event in just a moment. So do get settled down in your seats. All right, cool. We're back. It's time to resume the event. I hope everyone has had a very great lunch. Sure that we are a lot less hungry now, much more ready to continue hearing some more people talk about the important stuff about data privacy and the digital age in our lives. The thing that we want to move on now is the importance of what we do and how much do we think we know that we're doing. When we do a certain action, when we engage online, is what we are doing specifically all that is happening? Do we know that we are opting into things that we might not know we are opting into? And this is the premise, and it's a very important lesson of the next talk that we're going to have under this event. It is going to be a talk, a very thought-provoking talk about data and dark patterns. And so on this, I would like to welcome our speaker, Mr. Siraj Jalil from MCCA, to the stage. Everyone, please give him a round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good evening. Good afternoon. Okay. So this session, I would like to present about dark pattern, where some of us might familiar with this term, and some of us might not yet. So today, Alhamdulillah, there's opportunity for MCCA to share about just a general information regarding dark pattern. So what is dark pattern? Actually, we already experience, either you aware or not aware, that most of us, and I believe every one of us, already experience this called dark pattern. Okay, so dark pattern basically, by definition, dark patterns are deceptive UX and UI, or UI maneuvers designed to trick users into action they might not otherwise choose. Okay, a lot of dark pattern is not single example. A lot of, in this presentation, I will share with you about 12 examples of dark patterns. So in this definition, dark patterns, the deceptive of UI, UX and UI, which is maneuvers by the provider. Okay, so the history and background of this dark pattern was founded by Harry Bucknell in 2010. And then dark patterns have proliferated with digital evolution, becoming a significant concern in online consumer interaction. So any kind of digital interface, either it's a website, either it's a application, apps, either in iOS or Android, every single interface will come out with dark patterns, including either you are small, it's a small corporation or big corporations, sometimes maybe even non-government organization websites, they use the dark patterns elements. So dark patterns very close with the psychological element to us. For the corporation, absolutely will engage with the marketing strategy to bargain more information about the clients, and depend also on other organizations. So user manipulation, this technique subtly pressure users into decision, often benefiting the services at the user's expense. I will give you, I will finish it earlier so that we can have interaction. So, okay. These are the types of, 12 types of dark patterns. And I believe that every one of us aware about this. First is bait and switch. Have you ever seen this before? This Windows 10, for example. Have you ever seen this? This made by Windows, Microsoft. So this is a dark pattern called bait and switch. So what is it? This occurs when a user expects one outcome from their action but gets a different, usually undesirable one. The example given is the Microsoft Windows 10 upgrade prompt, where closing the window unintentionally initiated the upgrade, contrary to standard user expectation. So if you use previous Windows XP, for example, and then you suddenly access to internet, it will come out to this prompt. And indirectly, you have no option, actually. Otherwise, you have to click the upgrade and move to the new Windows. So this method called bait and testing. Bait and switch. Okay. Second is confirm shaming. This involves shaming the user info opting into something such as an email list. The tactic used, guilt-inducing language for those who choose not to opt in, often prevented in less appealing visual styles. So this, normally you can see whenever you surfing any blog, for example, or if you search any information, and when you click the website link through Google, that explaining about something, news portal, for example, there's always come out with this. This method in dark patterns called confirm shaming. See, and then you see, you have to fill in your website, your email address to get the coupon, and to save, and then get the 20% discount. Have you ever seen this? Anyone? Most of us, right? Okay. And the third is disguised ads. Okay. This is normally you can find it through when you want to download any files. It's a free downloading website. I think you all can name one of your favorite website that you want to download free software, for example. In this slide I show you is Softpedia. Okay, if you can see that there are three download now button tab. The first one at the left side, the second one at the down bottom, and the third one is the right side. Which one are the true button for you to click? Okay, at the left side actually. So the download button in the box in the middle, that one, the right side, is advertisement. So if you click that, it will bring you, it will direct you to the advertisers link or website. And then down there, still the same for advertisement. So this disguised ads always confusing or confuse us with the action. So actually you have to click the left side to download the file that you want to get it done. Okay. You can ask after this. I will finish the first and then we can go through. So this one, I think all of us very familiar with. Forced continuity. Forced continuity. At the first time you want to use to watch Netflix, for example, Netflix offer 3 months free, right? 3 months free, and then you have to subscribe, you have to register, and the compulsory for you to fill in the credit card number. Okay, so there's no option. If you don't put your credit card number, you cannot access the free 3 months of Netflix. So this method in dark pattern called forced continuity. I believe some other big corporation in Malaysia also practice this type of forced continuity. Friend spam. So in LinkedIn, it's very popular for LinkedIn that use friend spam. So this involve using a user's contact list without clear permission for marketing or other purposes. So LinkedIn faced a lawsuit for sending multiple follow-up emails to user contact which appear as if they were directly sent by the user. So that's why whenever you download any applications, you must aware about the access to our phone contacts. My humble advice, don't ever allow it to access your contacts. This is also a questionable things, questionable to who's call. Who use who's call? If you use who's call, actually at least to prevent you from receiving a scam call, but actually indirectly who's call accessing your contacts over the phone. So like if there is no integrity element in the who's call, and then we can question back because we are the one who give the access to who's call to access our phone number. For example, today, just now I give my number to a person, and then through his phone appear my name is Sirul. My name is not Sirul. So someone in his contacts save my number as Sirul. Sirul Azhar stay in Australia, if I'm not wrong. So my name is Siraj. So this is also can be manipulated by the service provider. So in this subject, LinkedIn, it's not a small company. It's not a niche or something that we don't know about LinkedIn. Everyone, I think, in this room very well with LinkedIn. So this is also part of dark patterns. And then a hidden cost. Normally, hidden cost in an e-commerce platform, they will add on some small additional charges that if you miss to read the terms of use and privacy policy, and then you are already they already abuse your rights in consumerism wise. So additional charge are revealed only at the final stage of an online transaction. So the example cited is from Flower websites. This is e-commerce. I think you can start to finding that which website that you experienced before that managed to get this type of dark patterns. Okay, and then intentionally misdirections. This is real case study, which is this issue under Ryanair.com, where this intentionally misdirection. From this image, you can see that there's a box with the country names, And in the two yellow box, it mentioned everything is zero. But indirectly, it will let you to subscribe to insurance based on your country without you noticing it, right? So in this intentionally misdirection, always put you in no option zone, that and then you just simply being manipulated by the provider. Okay. And then price comparison prevention also link in. If you are like what you call it, the golden, normally the LinkedIn change to the golden button, VIP, not VIP. Someone with advanced LinkedIn, what we call it? Premium, yes. Okay, so anyone with the premium function normally know how to select that plan. If you are in HR, normally you know how to choose. But this plan, the problem is they didn't mention the price when you want to choose which one is the best. So you only know the price whenever you go through of each selection. And then you can know the price. Okay, so this is the price comparison prevention. So some of the companies, they use it to try to avoid you from knowing which is the more expensive, and then which one is the more cheaper. Okay, and then privacy zookering. I think this issue right now is not carried on by the Meta. It was solved. But last time, privacy zookering, we can search anyone by filling in the phone number. Let's say I have Mr. Megat phone's number. To understand that Megat have a Facebook account or not, I just simply put the phone number in the search area, and then it will come out with the Facebook profile. Last time, but I don't think it's still available right now, since it was raised up in the legal action last time in US. Okay, so name after Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg. This involves making users share more personal information than they intended, often through complex privacy setting and terms of services. So this is a real tweet last time. It mentioned about for years Facebook claimed the adding a phone number for 2FA was only for security. Now it can be searched and there's no way to disable that. So it appears to everyone can search a Facebook profile via phone number. So this is not like, so whenever you activate your 2FA via phone number, actually it's not just about the security. It's also being used by other things. So it crossed our mind with the Facebook integrity. Okay, the video. Okay, so Roach Motel, a scenario where it's easy to get into a situation like a subscription but hard to get out of it. So the difficulty of closing an Amazon account was given as an example.
Not loving Amazon.com? Maybe you're not finding the deals you were looking for, prefer one of their competitors, or want to shop locally and support local businesses. I'm Jessica from TechBoomers.com. In this video, I'll show you how to have your Amazon account deleted. Now let's get started. Start by opening Amazon.com in your web browser. Then log into your account if you haven't already. Scroll down to the bottom of the main page. From the menu on the right labeled Let Us Help You, click on Help. On the next page, Amazon will suggest some help topics. Move your cursor over Need More Help, then click on Contact Us. On the Contact Us page, under Step 1, click the button that says Prime or something else. Under Step 2, click on the Select an Issue drop-down menu and select Account Settings. From the second drop-down menu, select Close My Account. Finally, Amazon will give you some options for how to contact them. Select email, phone, or chat to talk to a representative from Amazon customer service about closing your account. And that's all you have to do to have your Amazon account closed. If you're interested in some alternatives for Amazon, check out our Best Amazon Alternatives article on techboomers.com. Here you'll find information
All right.
and links for all of our
it
recommended
shows
alternatives
very
to
the
Amazon.
difficulty of a
Thanks for-
consumer to remove the account from Amazon. I think a lot of a Malaysian big company providing digital or e-commerce platform also using the same method. I think, but I cannot mention the name lah. But you all can analyze through various company in Malaysia that practicing it. So in this method, we call it Roche model. So Roche model is the objective is why they make it hard for you to remove the account. Basically, they want to make you just keep intact with the platform. Either you did not use the website or the either platform, but still your engagement still there, or your information or your maybe application is still with still there lah, in your phones. Okay, and the next one is sneak into basket. There's a two example. The first one is a GoDaddy, and the second one is a Spot Direct. Items are added to a user shopping cart without their knowledge. Spot Direct was mentioned for adding unwanted items to online orders, and GoDaddy for pre-selecting additional option during purchases. So this is also a part of dark patterns. Tricky questions involve using confusing language in questions and often leading users to opt into things they didn't intend to. The pattern is typically seen in registration process with confusing checkbox options. So in this image, you can see the confusing part where also that you have to see that two box down there. Please do not send me please do not send me details of products. And the second one is please send me details of products and offer from third-party organization. So actually you just have to click one. But normally if you are not particular, you just click, you fill in, you make it fast, and then you just click both box, and then you click the reserve items. Ethical considerations. So ethical dilemma. This one I got two optics. The first optics is the service provider side, and the second one is from consumer perspective. So maybe from company perspective or marketing sides, they always wants to engage with the clients and then try to do anything that can benefit the company. But at the same time, in the consumer sides, we have to see that if there is manipulations of consumer, and then the rights of consumer must be defended. So in this dilemma, we can see the use of dark pattern raise questions about ethical responsibility in design, where whenever the website built, the applications, the apps were built, also represent the ethical of the company. If you use dark patterns indirectly, it represents your image of either you are a good to the consumer, being ethical or not. And if consumer know about their rights, if you know this is dark patterns, which is not good actually. Even big corporation doing it, and then you know how to justify what they are doing. But if you don't have the knowledge, if you don't have the information of this is dark patterns, so no, you think that this is only marketing, and then you want to use the services, and then just be it. So actually, you don't know about your rights. Okay. So legal perspective got three from my point of view: MCMC, PDPA, and consumer protection um, uh, under KPDN. So MCMC role and regulation, MCMC oversees fairness in communication and multimedia service, including digital marketing practice. We don't know, as a me myself also don't know what is the level of consumer to get along with MCMC or even KPDN and PDP, and even up to, for example, your cookies. Whenever you log on surfing any websites, they will always put an option for you, not sometimes no option, to accept cookies. Cookies also a gate for the provider to bargain certain information or data from you. So this one is a subject I think maybe that we can have more serious discussion between forums and the ministry level, because this dark patterns never been openly discussed in the public. Or maybe FOMCA can play a big role. Yeah. All right, so avoiding dark patterns. So please, after you know about the dark patterns, and whenever you access to any websites or applications, please aware about the patterns. At least you know your rights. If they put with no option to you that you must accept all the terms, it must be something. It cannot be too good to be true, or they just be so good with you. No, if there is no option for you to put in, it must be something not good. So at least you know your rights and to put decision. Otherwise, you just don't use the applications or don't use the website. All right. Okay. Now I want you to access your phone. If you testing. Okay. So most of the example given, we are very familiar with Netflix. Maybe some of you not directly subscribe to Netflix. Maybe your parents, I think, the front side. Maybe some of you directly subscribe, and then you know that this type of dark patterns, maybe you don't care about it. Maybe you just think that, it's okay lah. I just want to use and seriously want to subscribe by a monthly basis. But this is questionable as maybe some people, they just attracted for the 3 months. After that, they forgot. Unlink the credit card or debit card from the account. So what happened? Indirectly, every month, the charge happened to their bank account without, maybe they're not knowingly being charged. So these things, I think, is questionable to the consumer rights. Okay. All right. So I want anyone questions?
Just one question. I noticed the dark patterns, the initial one, the initial examples you give, kan? Marketing gimmicks tak? Macam, they give you a short time, they give you an offer about to end. If you to check Marketing 101, that would be one of the subjects. So kan, is that deemed as unethical ke, ataupun is it just another marketing ploy? Because the later examples you give, those were really bad lah, with adding on either items and then redirecting you, giving, lying to you, saying that you need insurance if you want to travel. Those things are straightforward. Tapi the earlier ones, are they marketing gimmicks that is, Marketing 101 ataupun what is it? How is that unethical?
Dia jadi unethical if the provider tak bagi option, langsung tak ada option, and then dia mengelirukan dan juga ada sifat manipulation, and then is part of dark patterns. So kita punya persoalan is tak ramai consumer di Malaysia yang suka membaca, including our netizen. Dia suka baca tajuk and then dia komen. Contoh kalau that behavior, maksudnya banyak provider especially from outside, macam Netflix is not local based company, like even Amazon not local based company. So that adakah Malaysian ni tak kisah pun pasal rights dia? Adakah kita tak kisah pun pasal hak kita? Kalau tak kisah, okey lah. Tapi kalau kita kisah, and if you know, after you know about this, and then you should concern tu kena raise. Ada yang macam awal tadi, yes, marketing 101. Sama juga macam netizens kecam. Actually, kecam is part of cyberbully. Either you kecam is a good manner or not good manner. When you kecam some people, it's already part of cyberbully. That's one example. Tak ada istilah kecam manner or not manner. You kecam, you bantai orang, mengutuk, mencaci, memaki, is part of cyberbully in cyberspace. So in this manner, whenever you use like click bait, for example, there is already ada some element of manipulation of consumer data. Just one. Any questions? Faham tak faham? Ke nak saya bagi soalan? Kalau saya bagi soalan, saya boleh bagi soalan ni. Okay, please brother.
Dark pattern is very dangerous. Like, you know, it's very scary the way you present it. But my question is that at what extent, other than purchasing being distorted from an individual, this can be used to harm in a civil society, like in a government or in a country at a community level? I was wondering that.
There even up to strategic element. For example, you download apps, and then that application also used when you give access, for example, to contacts. So contacts also can be, the application also can be manipulated as a strategic tools. What does it mean with strategic tools? Strategic tools, strategic is very vast. For example, monitoring your phones. So by downloading the apps, maybe the application is like just providing financial services, but indirectly the application access to your data storage and stole your data. This is real case happen with, for example, it already be part of the crime, but I want to say that it start with the dark patterns element, where people attracted to get a loan from application. So they download the apps, get a loan, and then once even they manage to pay all the debts, but the application owner already accessed the phone and steal your pictures, your contacts. So they start to put you in the ransom zone by looking more repayments. Even you manage to finish your payment, but they keep on asking more money. If you fail to do that, they will threaten you with your pictures where they get it from your own phone. And then they create a WhatsApp group from your contact list. And then they create one image, it's a fake poster or whatsoever, and then disperse it into WhatsApp group where all your parents is there, your friends. This is real case. You can get it in real time by searching the Facebook Aduan Jenayah Cyber Malaysia. A lot of victims in there. We manage that group, and then you can see how real case happened. Started with downloading the application. That's already part of criminals. I don't say this dark patterns is crime, But this element, if you normalize, it become your behavior that you don't care about anyone try to abuse your rights. But at least if you know your rights, that some company manipulating consumers, so at least you know what is the borderline. If the too advanced at taking advantage, and then you can take notice and create decision. Either you want to get along with the service, with the company or the provider, or not. Because you will put integrity element for you to decide to use the product or not. Right? Any question? Seems like I'm being a lecturer today.
Hello, hi. So I'm Reza from MyTV Regulatory. Just to follow up in terms of the example that you have give earlier for the Netflix 3-month subscription, right? For that, is it considered as part of this dark pattern, since I think Netflix also made aware of in terms of they are providing some transparency, giving more detail to the consumer, and this is part of their marketing strategy? Thank you.
Yes, still dark patterns because they leave no option. If you don't fill in your credit card details, you cannot access the first 3 months for free. If transparency, you just give it for free. Exactly like ChatGPT, for example. You can use it for free. Just you need like email access as an account. That is okay. But there is no need for you to fill in your credit card to use for free. So that is a good practice. Even actually, iPhone, for example. It's compulsory for us to fill in our debit card or credit card number for us to use the phones. Later on, followed by Android. So this is dark patterns. Dark pattern is not a crime. It's not we cannot label it as a crime. But this is a level because of marketing, too much marketing on something. Sometimes it will abuse the rights of consumer. And we as a consumer should know where is the borderline. If you don't know the borderline, then we just like being manipulated all the time. That's why that is the objective for you to understand dark patterns. And in the Netflix issues, I think majority maybe don't care about it. They're just okay with fill in the credit card or debit card number via the Netflix, and then after 3 months, maybe by the study of Netflix team know that after 3 months, most of people will fall in love with Netflix. Even sometimes consumer take advantage by after 3 months, they change by new phone number, new debit card number, get it another 3 months for free. I have some friends with that attitude lah. Again. All right, not just Netflix, even you can see it through, I think various, a lot of examples they use that offering free 1 month or 7-day free trial. You can search via free applications in App Store or Google Play. Maybe like voice recorder applications, some VPN, for example, applications, a lot of or games where they will in-app purchase, and then they offer you for free for 3 days, for example, and then you have to the option to unsubscribe the application. Right, Mr. Moderator.
Hi, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Faisal here from the Malaysian World Schools Debate Education Society. I know, mouthful. Thank you, Registrars of Societies, for the name. So, simple question. We have many mobile game applications that are available on mobile phones. And if you notice, one of the biggest problems is that you have game addiction, and you have all these little things that nudges children to continue playing games. Of course, you've said here that one of the dark patterns is putting the credit card or the debit card number in. I think a lot of the companies sort of mask this disingenuous approach by calling it high degree of stickiness, right? You want people to stick to the application. So if you increase stickiness, people will use the application more often. rather than not. So if you remove the credit card details, say the debit card or the credit card is no longer a requirement to use, you do have another issue, which is with regards to the notifications, right? And notifications are also used to push for high stickiness. Would notifications also fall under dark patterns?
I don't think so, because the notification is not. Uh, I think like it's an option for you to, you can turn off the notifications, but most likely, uh, I don't have example of the provider that if you remove if because compulsory at the early stage, that either is it still you can use the services if you remove the debit card. For example, our Apple, if you use Apple, if you remove the credit card information, uh, you cannot access to use your phone normally. There's a restriction for that. So I don't think it's by notification is also dark patterns, because it's like you already subscribe with applications that normally is compulsory, and then there is no option for you to take out your information while you cannot use the application. Right. Any more question? No more question. All right. If think anyone. Okay. There are many business model right now, especially in digital economy, digital segment. They turn into monthly subscription, especially that provide e-services. If you go through AI services right now, most of it by monthly subscription. Started, for example, ChatGPT, and then you can go Hagen. Or if you are a graphic designer, there are many tools, softwares that normal in the traditional method. Normally, they're selling the software itself for a few thousand ringgit. Now they move to monthly subscription, and if you are really wants to use the application, it's okay. That's in very clear and straightforward that you are using. But if you are part of that attracted by the marketing or something else, and then you can go through their website, or when you come up with the pricing, normally it's quite tricky, and then the option also put you in a corner that you don't have any space to decide on certain part. So this is, but don't get me wrong, that this is the dark pattern is not crime. It's not a criminal that you will put it in a very dark zone. The name is dark pattern, was founded by the guy, I'm not remember the name, to 2010. 2010. Yeah, Harry Bricknell. So this is the he coined about the dark patterns back then. So it was used. It was used by various of expertise to refer on certain issues, and many cases was brought up to legal perspective, especially like Sports Direct and even LinkedIn, being the legal suit taken to against their company on this term called dark patterns. And it also became academic subject for study in the dark patterns. All right. law part. Okay, so kat Malaysia ni ada 3 entiti ni. Kalau PDPA, saya nak bertanya dengan Dr. Cheryl, berkenaan dark patterns ni sejauh mana dia dibawa? Pernah tak dia ada perbincangan terbuka dekat ataupun tertutup ke di bawah Jabatan Perlindungan Data Peribadi? Okay, so bawah KPDN is apa orang panggil, data apa ni, Akta Perlindungan Pengguna. Akta Perlindungan Pengguna ni pun tak ramai pengguna faham apa itu Akta Perlindungan Pengguna. Akta Perlindungan Pengguna ni satu akta yang penting, dan bila pengguna tak faham, and then dia takkan faham apa yang perlu dilindungi. So, dia kena ada 3 ni untuk dark patterns ni. Kalau anda rasa anda ada rights, macam di US dia tak sama. Di US, in America, dia punya society, dia aktivis, very loud to speak. Even dia punya Dewan Senat dia, the activists can chip in to speak loud in the Senate. Kita Dewan Negara kita tu chosen. Not everyone can chip into the Dewan Negara tu, and activists cannot simply talk in the Dewan Negara unless you appointed in that Dewan. So di US, for example, memang if the majority thinks or the activists brought up the issues, dia boleh senang ambil action, tindakan undang-undang. So di Malaysia mungkin senario dia berbeza. Satu, kita punya sikap kita tu menjadi budaya. Tak kisahlah Melayu ke, Cina ke, India ke, dia ada satu budaya Malaysia dah, kan? Yang mana sama je. Dia punya, kita punya tak kisah dalam bab regulation, term use, selalunya tak baca. Siapa yang suka membaca sebelum dia sign up application? Saya rasa majoriti tak baca pun. I think the legal person there, Malaysian Bar, you should create more awareness on, we must read the term and condition. Tak ramai rakyat Malaysia suka baca term and condition tu, termasuk saya kadang-kadang. Dan nak cepat kan. As far as we know about the application knowledge that we want to use the apps or website, we want to serve the website, and then we just go it, and then tak baca lah. Tapi saya nak ingatkan, dark patterns is done. There is one part that you must aware about application download. Kalau nak download application daripada third party sources, always be careful. Even sometimes trusted company or brand, maybe they're being banned in Malaysia, for example, from MCMC, the IP ban, and then they offer a link, the APK file from their main official website. But always be careful with the application download to your phone, because many developers manipulating the user, the consumer, through applications. And through applications, some more serious part is it can be a spyware in your phones. So by downloading apps, third party can monitor your phones. So always be careful with applications. Unknown application, please don't download, or anything that you never familiar with. Always seek advice on things that you don't know, so that you are not a victims of cybercrime. All right, I think I'm done. So any question last? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Siraj, for that interesting presentation. I am taking over temporarily as an MC multiple hats today because Gelson, who has been our MC for the whole day, is also actually part of the Malaysian national debate team. Gelson, why don't you say hi to everyone again? As you can also see, the front row to the left side of the hall, there are 5 individual junior debaters that we have here. When I say junior, I just mean by age. They're pretty experienced. They will be participating in the next event. So let's tell you what the next event is about. Next up, we have one of the awaited segments for Data Dialogue, and that segment is an exhibition debate, right? I would like to invite all the debaters to come on stage. Take a look at you before we start. Everyone else, brace yourselves for a dynamic and engaging debate session organized by the Malaysian World Schools Debate Education Society. All right, so while they're taking their seats, let me give you a bit more information with regards to how debate works. In this debate, you will see 6 speakers deliver speeches, and each speaker will speak for 8 minutes. Sounds like a lot of time, but trust me, it's not enough time for them most of the time, right? And at the first minute, you will hear a loud clap once. Faiza, could you just louder, please? Yeah, that's 1. And then at the 7th minute, you'll hear another clap, 1 clap. And then at the 8th minute, you will hear 2 claps. 2 claps basically means stop, sit down, right? And the debate that is going to take place today is a very special topic, something that we were alluding to or trying to allude to from the start of the day. But I will not tell you what the topic is because the first speaker that's going to come up is going to let you all know what the surprise is, right? Without further ado, take it away, guys. On the left side of the hall, we have team proposition. And on the right side of the hall, we have team opposition. As the names say, proposition will be proposing the debate. And the team on the right side of the hall, the opposition debate, will be opposing the debate. We call upon the first speaker, the first proposition speaker, to deliver his speech.
Test. Okay, before I start, I'll just say the motion out because it's not here. Yeah, so the motion is this House would recognize the right to be forgotten online. That is the right for individuals who have all personal information permanently erased on all digital platforms. Okay. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. The right to be forgotten is the embodiment of our digital autonomy, allowing the individuals to navigate the online world confident that they have all the authority to erase, amend, and curate their own digital footprints. It is the autonomy that allows us to live as human beings without the fear of having to be persecuted for staying true to ourselves. And any world that forfeits this autonomy is a world that we greatly oppose. A few layers of setup then to begin my speech. Firstly, what exactly is the right to be forgotten? 3 parts to this framing. Firstly, the right to be forgotten refers to a retrospective removal of all personal data on online platforms. So it looks like restoring all parties to a status as if the collection of data had never existed to begin with and had never been consented to begin with. So this can look like the removal of links and resources about someone who wants to be taken down, or the removal of collected data from companies. Secondly, this removal of personal data will not affect things like aggregate data. Basically, kind of data that companies use when conducting business operations like market research or because these typically apply beyond a personal scope into an anonymized broader demographic that is just not tied to one's name or any other form of personal information. But what exactly this means is that conclusions that you draw based on raw collected data prior to its removal will still exist, such as like anonymized click-through rates on advertisements or the demographics of a company's consumers. Still, and this is us being very dynamic in the beginning of the round, is the absolute worst case on our side of the house, where it does not affect present or future conclusions of company data. We are willing to trade off a larger margin of error for where companies to use for the sake of data privacy. But third piece of framing then, the right is only applicable when it doesn't infringe on other rights. So records of things like criminal activity, such as sex offense crimes, will not be likely to be removed because this infringes on the right of victims to be safe and their human dignity. This is then similarly applied to the enforcement of things like hate speech laws. But next layer of setup. What exactly does it mean to be legally recognized as a right to be forgotten? This refers to when the legal system acknowledges that the existence and the importance of certain principles and rights. So I want to note that this is not restricted by the practicality and enforcement itself. So the ability to enforce is not a prerequisite for any form of legal recognition. So this can be seen in the way we recognize multiple non-enforceable concepts, such as many international human rights and environmental treaties, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or the Paris Climate Accords, as well as worker and indigenous rights that are largely recognized, but unfortunately are not enforced very well in many countries. In that sense, if it is not enforced, what then is the impact of legal recognition? We believe it transcends the mere existence of laws itself, but it establishes a normative and symbolic foundation which constructs the discourse that leads to good enforcement. It acts as a social and cultural normative that forces and guides forms of advocacy efforts and shapes the trajectory of the legal and cultural development in the future by making it a comparatively more politically engaging issue. All of this then provides us with two important nuances in the framing of this round. Firstly, this debate is a value-based discussion on whether the right to be forgotten is worth recognizing to begin with. It's not our burden on government to then provide you with a fully fledged plan to how we're going to enforce this. Insofar as we can prove to you that it's an intrinsic right that people should be able to be forgotten, we're able to win this debate. Secondly, rather than just believing that the enforcement is a prerequisite to legal recognition, we believe it's the other way around. That is to say, legal recognition is the prerequisite to good enforcement to begin with. Presently, people are turned off by discussions of how to make the right viably enforced due to the legal challenge of it and the difficulty for it to be conceptualized to begin with. We are the ones that get the ball rolling in searching for an enforceable solution on how to make this a more politically significant issue. Two main arguments then on my side. Firstly, the principal argument on as to why you have the ability and the right to be forgotten. On the principle of data, two main things. Firstly, the equivalence to data privacy, and secondly, the importance of data privacy and your right to be erased from any form of society. Why do we exactly believe in data privacy? I think the two main factors here. Firstly, data privacy largely relates to an individual's ability to determine themselves when, how, and for what purpose their personal information is handled by others. That is to say, I should be able to choose as to when I want my information to be used and how I want my information to be used. The reason we are able to freely develop our own personalities is because we understand that our experiences are ours to control. The moment this control is wrestled away from our side of the house is the moment we jeopardize our ability to live as free-spirited and self-determining individuals. That is when you infringe on the right to be private and you infringe on the ability for you to be able to use your own data for your own choices. Secondly, actions in conjunctions with multiple other human rights. So this potentially looks like things like your freedom to express yourself, your freedom of thought, your freedom of conscience, your freedom of religion, your freedom of assembly and association, your freedom from discrimination. The fundamental harm in undermining of the right to be forgotten is the undermining factor of other essential protections of these rights. That is to say, your inability to be forgotten can potentially infringe on your ability to express your thoughts, your ability to assemble, your ability to associate with certain political parties. In areas where the corresponding rights are threatened, the right to privacy is then our last line of defense to avoid the provision of information needed to infringe upon such important rights. But then this is where our case transcends into the practicality as to how, insofar as you don't allow the erasure of data, it leads to harm and misuse. But I'll take that point.
We already have a lot of full-fledged data privacy laws within the status quo. Why is your right any significant?
The comparative here is that on our side, we determine as to when we want our information to be forgotten. Data privacy laws in present don't necessarily allow you to erase all the data that presently exists. That is, if I once give consent, I'm unable to revoke that consent. Neither am I able to prove that companies will delete my information. Our law uniquely enables us to remove all information, reshaping your life. But what exactly is the harm and misuse of data? So take a look at things like the persecution of people who support groups like Palestine. So Bill Ackman, among other Wall Street billionaires, called for a blacklist of Palestinian activists from Harvard practicing their freedom of expression. These are real and occurring threats to the right to privacy because the ability to associate on social media has directly infringed on the ability to receive an education that they paid for. What is then, I think, forms of things like cybersecurity protections. So we allow people to opt out of systems that they no longer trust. So for example, the Cambridge Analytica scandal in March 2018, people placed their trust in companies like Facebook, but they sold their data to companies like Cambridge Analytica for political use. On our side, insofar as companies breach the trust of people, we're able to revoke consent, we revoke our information. That's the comparative that doesn't exist on opposition. So data for 419 million Facebook users were exposed on servers, and unsecured server holding more than 419 million Facebook users was found, and the server was publicly accessible. You allowed anyone to find their Facebook ID, the phone number of impacted users, in some instances their country, their location, their gender, or even on these server records. The server housing the data didn't actually belong to Facebook, and it was unclear who scraped the data to begin with, and the server eventually had to be taken down. I think another instance of these kinds of things are like hacker groups that capture data from more than like really poor infrastructure and poorly protected Facebook servers. In all of these instances, hackers were able to compile a lot of this information, sell it to other groups. I think insofar as you protect the right for you to be able to revoke your consent and revoke your information on these servers is when you safeguard the right for people to keep themselves private and protect themselves from these hackers. For all those reasons, you have to side with proposition.
All right, thank you very much for that speech. Round of applause, please. Okay, next up we have the first speaker of the opposition team. While the speaker is getting ready, let me just tell you a little bit of information. This is actually the Malaysian national debate team. They're sent every year to the World Championships. And last year, they actually got to the World Semi-Finals of the World Championships. And they're the best English as a second language team in the world. Yeah. Today's team is made up of some of the new incoming members for next year and some of the alumni from last year. You will see the difference when the next speaker comes up and he speaks a little slower, right? Okay, next person go up, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, I hope I am loud and clear. So now then, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Freedom of information is the cornerstone of knowledge, allowing ideas to flourish and societies to progress. It empowers individuals to make informed decisions and fosters transparency, accountability, and trust within communities, which proposition lacks in today's debate. Now then, two things to set up in this speech. First of all, one, our side here supports a reformed status quo, whereby we do not recognize the right to be forgotten, and instead to combat all of the aforementioned harms by proposition by Prime Minister, we will enforce stricter laws and regulations against the malicious use of data on all digital platforms. 2, recognize the fact that we operate on an opt-in model. This means users on default will not have their information existing online unless they consent to it. This is similar to the system we have right now, where users get to manage the types of cookies they allow or know what terms and conditions they have to adhere to when opting in to a service. 3.
Point.
Yes.
If consent is still existent on your side, do you believe that consent deserves an opt-out in the future?
when you give a consent, we believe that you already have prior knowledge on how on what your consent is going to be used for. Thus, if you have any more issues in the future, it is more likely that you understand that first of all, one, that the company is most likely not going to use your data maliciously, and two, that currently your data will most likely be protected and not be used with an intent of maliciousness due to the fact of current cyber safety laws. Now then, three, our burden in today's debate is simple. In this debate, we just have to prove that the right to be forgotten will undermine all other equally, if not more important rights, and that would be enough grounds to oppose this motion. With that out of the way, 5 rebuttals to the speaker before me. 1, about how educated interferences will still exist on side proposition. This would not happen due to the fact that the removal of personal or anonymous data will still affect future inferences, which still reduces the potential benefits that could be obtained by side proposition. And 2, if they say about how they don't really care about future inferences, then it contradicts the first line of setup that they have already provided. Now then, on to the second point. Prop claims that they still will keep anonymous data. However, that is still going to go against the right to be forgotten about how they want every data that they have on the internet to be removed. And note here that people who go out of their way to erase all their personal info most likely will not want their data out there regardless if there's a
Point.
name or not. No, thank you. Now then, how do you know whether it will be anonymous? As already said, we do not know whether enforcement will actually be enforced on side of proposition and actually ensure that companies will actually follow it. Third, about how people are scared and they remove their personal info because of the distrust towards current cyber safety systems. To be realistic, people do not erase their data because they are scared of potential cyber security risks and breaches. It's more likely that they have messed up stuff within their search histories or other things that they have done, and because of this they want to delete whatever info, things like scandals that they may have done which causes and warrants this to even occur. Now then, onto how the influx of people which remove this data won't actually be bad, because people don't trust the current system and it creates change. Because when you legally recognize the right here, you forgot how due to the excessive distrust in the current system, it results the large-scale removal of needed information in the digital age. No, thank you, please. And now then, with those rebuttals out of the way, I have one argument to make in this speech about how this right to be forgotten impedes freedom of information. The one thing I want you to note from this entire argument, if you're listening to it, is that the collective freedom of information will always outright outweigh the personal gains in speculative data privacy on proposition side. This is true for 2 main reasons. 1, the right to individual privacy will never be fully upheld. I want you to remember that no matter how persuasive the proposition side sounds today, your data will always belong to a third party, and we do not know whether it will still be enforced and your actual data will be removed. The government will forever have information on you, and that information will always be sold to data companies to provide you the most compatible ads, contents, or services. 2, even if the right to be forgotten was feasible in the first place, we don't mind trading that off. That is because the marginal benefit of a few people having their information off the net will never outweigh the public utility that you can gain from having a pool of useful data that helps shape a more quality life for us all. I'll take your POI.
Your setup involves the involvement of plenty of other laws that still protect data privacy. Data privacy seems to be an important virtue on your side also. Is it important in this argument or not?
Data privacy is still important on our side. However, we do not fully concede to the right to be forgotten due to the fact that we believe that there are much more effective measures such as utilizing and actually improving the current data privacy and cybersecurity laws right now to counter whatever issues that may arise. On the Now, what is the problem here with the right to be forgotten? The best case of proposition side assumes that there will be a majority of people in the world that will want their information erased off the internet for other reasons. The impacts of their policy has basically no magnitude in terms of actually bringing out a signaling effect. It may cause a stir when it's first released. However, note that it most likely it will actually be not actually cared about by many companies because there is no actual enforcement. And then also two, this means that there is likely to be an influx of requests sent to data controlling companies to remove all personal information of people on the internet. Naturally, this is problematic because in order for companies to cater to the demands of people, since they do not wish to be fined for the inaction of punishments in not following this, companies will go to great lengths to identify third parties with the information of users and remove it. Therefore, proposition is likely to delete wholesale information, which sparks the possibility for a serious chilling effect. What is the impact of this high demand? We say such removal can impact the accuracy and ability of businesses and individuals to carry out business intelligence, maintain public archives for high-profile individuals, and release articles on anyone who opted to be forgotten. The reason why this is harmful is because it, one, sabotages the journalist and business sector, and this needs the data here to actually function. On the flip side, we use the data here to serve public utility instead. Examples like business insights, analytics, machine learning, and etc. And with that, never been prouder to oppose.
All right, thank you very much. Round of applause, please, for the first opposition. Next up, we have Arjun from the team proposition that's going up second proposition. I'd like to invite the speaker to the stage to deliver his speech.
Mic check. Okay. Side opposition runs on a dangerous utopian assumption that the companies like Meta and Alphabet, who have failed us so many times and mismanaged countless data, shouldn't be stripped of their tyrannical hold on our data. We on side proposition believe individuals should have the choice of how their data is managed. Two questions I'll answer in my speech. Firstly, is the right to be forgotten more important than the right to collect data? And secondly, which is more important, companies on people? And finally, I'll give you a substantive on why cybersecurity protections are achieved on our side. So firstly, is the right to be forgotten more important than the right to collect data? A bulk of side opposition's case was on the importance of data. And we agree that is exactly why you need to be increasingly careful when managing the data that we put out. You wouldn't let an untrustworthy bank like Silicon Valley Bank, for example, hold and manage your money, right? You would immediately withdraw all of the money from that bank once that bank is shown to be untrustworthy and does untrustworthy things. We think the same principle should apply for the management of data, which is what our side guarantees when we allow all data to be removed from an app or the link to be removed. So the rebuttals they further give us is historical revisionism. Firstly, it is not a main part of this debate to say that, oh, because data is removed, we now won't have a record. We believe that there are alternative ways to keep track of history, such as physical documentation or excerpts and other things. And they cannot continue to say that, oh, these things will still play a factor, because as we've seen in many cases, the internet and digital space is not meant to cater to things like this, but rather to cater to its users and their interactions. So even if in the worst case, where the right to be forgotten results in a lack of sufficient data, we would still prefer that than the alternative they give, which is an abundance of data falling into the wrong hands. Why? For two simple reasons. Firstly, users won't be targeted and exploited if a company doesn't have enough data, or if all the users in that company withdraw their data from the company and the person that is holding the data. This is important because we would like to weigh that not having data is much more important than having data in the wrong hands. Why? Because when companies have wrong data, that data can be used to exploit you and your personal tendencies to ensure that that company can gain as much profit from you. So when on our side, users are able to remove their data or be forgotten from the internet, it removes that risk that we simply do not want to contend with. Secondly, we tell you that data safety won't be compromised. Thus, this is important because data safety is imperative when you talk about data specific things like this. When you guarantee that a less bank of data is achieved on our side, because you simply have less data to manage, you avoid the risks of big data leaks such as the Facebook ones and the Alphabet ones from happening. So thus, we believe that the right to be forgotten is in all cases more important than the right to be remembered or the right to collect data. So moving on to the second question, which is more important, companies or users? Side opposition fundamentally want to protect the interests of companies, while we would rather protect the interests of the people or the users. Why? We give you 3 reasons. Firstly, users make up the main stakeholder in digital spaces. So what this means is that even though companies create the things users use so that the company can earn money, without users or the support of users, a substantial amount of the digital ecosystem cannot be achieved and cannot be continued. Secondly, users will feel like they are valued on our side when they do have the option to remove their data from companies. What this creates is a trust between companies and users that is important in ensuring that users still continue to invest into these companies and into the digital space. And thirdly, so while companies will always have the motivation of money to keep them in the digital ecosystem, users need more of a guarantee of their safety, which is what our side gives them. An additional point we'd like to bring here is on the rebuttal of their side on public utility. We'd like to bring out the important distinction here that public utility is not useful when it is used for bad things, and it hampers the productivity of a society, when it further damages the reputation of companies and the ecosystem in which it operates it. Finally, what side opposition tells us is that users opt into sharing the data with companies. Our third substantive fundamentally deals with it on the topic of cybersecurity protection, which allows users to opt into and out of systems that they no longer trust. Let me give you an example here, right? In September 2019, data of 419 million Facebook users was found on unexpected server. Just 2 months later, in December 2019, hackers got together and stole 300 million plus users' data on Facebook. And then in early 2020, again, that batch of data came up on the dark web again for sale. What this proves is that when you have irresponsible companies who constantly ignore massive data leakages like this, we believe consumers have a right to send these companies a message that we don't trust you with our data and we would like to remove it from your company. So what are the benefits of being able to opt out of the systems that we no longer trust? We see 2 main benefits. Firstly, on the individual level, and secondly, on a societal level. Firstly, on an individual level, it allows us to not be a slave to a decision we made 5 to 10 years ago. So while side opposition might say, oh, at some point you did consent into sharing your data, the important thing to note here is that companies change and trends change. What a lot of people don't realize is that even if we delete our accounts or stop using an app, our data is still kept in the system of most apps. What our sites provide is the basis of an enforcement by law to ensure all your data is removed from a company you no longer trust. On a societal level, the right to be forgotten creates a better ecosystem and sets a precedent for company-consumer relations. Now that companies have an increased risk of users wanting to be forgotten, once security breaches happens, once data leakages happens, or once companies continue to be seen as ignoring cybersecurity and ignoring important aspects, they'd want to take extra precautions to improve their cybersecurity so that they can gain back the trust of their users and the people that use their apps on a day-to-day basis. Which means that in the end, on our side, less data breaches happen in society and less data is mismanaged due to the fundamental extra mechanism we add of allowing users to send another message to companies that, oh, you are mismanaging our data. Now, before I move on to the final part of this argument, POI.
Why would your enforcement mechanisms be any better later on?
Because our mechanisms allow a user to decide that their data, they do not even want to let a company manage their data because they would remove it from being in that company in the first place. No, let's not forget here that at one point or not, we all did trust Facebook or other companies, as side opposition continues to say. We agreed to the terms and conditions they gave. However, contracts like this include conditions that we think the company will hold. And when companies fundamentally prove to not hold these conditions, we believe users on our side have a right to further remove their data because they see the conditions that they agreed to 5 years ago are no longer met. However, and again, we would like to state that users give our personal information under the assumption that our data will be sufficiently protected. However, as these data is mismanaged, again, we would like to reiterate, you do deserve a right to remove it from a system so that you have the safety and knowledge that your data will not be mismanaged, that your phone number and bank information will not be in that company that constantly has data breaches, and that you can continue to live a safe life using other apps and other alternatives, further driving up the competition in a digital ecosystem on the basis of which company can better secure and guarantee data protection. So, however, once a company changes its mentality to do and prove to you that it will not be able to protect your data and will not be trustworthy, users should be able to reevaluate their previous agreements so that the company cannot target them. This argument focuses merely on the macro part of data and how it is managed. Why is it important? If you look past the principal clashes in this debate that have been evolved previously, our side still wins for the fact that we form a better and healthier digital ecosystem because we allow users to have the right to decide which companies use their data and go back on a wrong decision they made 5 to 10 years ago. For all those reasons, so proud to propose. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that speech, Arjun. Coming up next from side opposition, we have a speech that's going to be delivered by Mr. Umar Fazlan, who was previously in the national team for last year. So round of applause just for him. Thank you.
Hello. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a step back and think about what this debate truly is about. Because it's very easy to be fooled by the simplistic language you hear from their side, that data privacy could be important and that people should have every right to control how their data is used. While this is true, this is not solely what the right to be forgotten online is about. The way they have to consider this is not whether we want to protect consumers, but it's about the precise way that we try to help them. And what we will demonstrate from the side of opposition is why this right and the enforcement of it will lead to worse outcomes, which means even if you believe that data privacy was the most important thing in this debate, why they will still not achieve it to an extent which maximally protects the people that they wanted to help. So before I go on into the key areas of discussion in this speech, I want to clarify two very important things about this discussion. The first is that take notice that this team is very good at identifying problems with the way that data is right now, but they never explain why the right to be forgotten is the way through which we aim to solve those problems. So if there are data breaches right now, the question is, why should we not use these things into investing into cybersecurity, into more firewalls, into stronger end-to-end encryption processes, which are things that are better because it allows you to have your data protected without compromising all the benefits you have on our side about how this protects the integrity of data, protects transparency of how people are online, protects the benefits of you having a large pool of data that allows you to make better decisions. Number two, if you are someone who wants to have your data deleted from your old company's archive, that's still something you can have when you move companies. You can still have laws that mandate that the previous company delete it without you having to have a right to be forgotten online, which means you press a button and all records of you digitally are erased. There's a very key difference between these two concepts, which they have to acknowledge. So it's not as simple as they say. What we needed from them was a definitive answer for why we need to have this universal right to erase yourself off the presence of the internet. It's much more than whether I want this company to have something from me or not. But two, I think their side, when they talk about how you can have important information recorded on other mediums, such as physical documentation is one that's very flawed because this is so much more inconvenient. The very reason we moved from physical hard disks to using cloud storage was because it allows for this level of access, this level of security, which was not done previously, where physical records can be damaged and lost. This cloud storage is what allows people to access records across borders. And so the way that we ought to preserve this into the future is to strengthen it rather than allow people to simply use this, because we're going to demonstrate why it will be done in bad ways. So 3 questions then in this speech. Number 1, which side is better for consumers individually? Number 2, will the right to be forgotten be implemented in a good way? And note, all their benefits have to be shown that it will be done in a good way, otherwise they don't get them. But 3, which side upholds greater accountability and transparency? So the first thing I want to talk about then is why this is better for consumers individually. So notice that they don't actually give us a lot of material for how exactly people are damaged as a result of current things. So the first proposing speaker gave you the example of students supporting Palestine, and then people didn't like this and their education was revoked. But I want you to think about how much worse this gets on their side. In a world where people actively promote the right to be forgotten, where the societal narrative is that instead of having free, fair, and safe expression, we should fight to have your data digitally deleted, for this to be continuously gone. So not only is this terrible, it's dangerous, because the narrative is one that sets a precedent that instead of you being able to communicate in a way that's safe and fair, the thing you should do instead is just delete yourself off the internet entirely. I think that's a terrible thing. Number 2, I think their side creates a false dichotomy. So the debate is not about whether companies or consumers are more important. Obviously, each and every one of us in this room should be able to be protected in one way. But if you notice their side, it requires a very convenient way of looking at things. If you can simply just delete your data off Facebook, then you can't get all the benefits of having a Facebook account, of talking on social media, reading news, listening to how your friends and family are doing. So if you want access towards these services, then you will have to share your data in them. So you having your data here is what allows you to have a vast array of benefits that come from the internet. And on the question of opt-out, we already explained why you can do this without you having this universal right to delete all information, which means they have to answer this question in the next speaker more clearly. Number 2, will this be done in a way that's good? So the problem on their side is that even if we assume that this is a right that people should have, the government should still have to administer and enforce these rights. But we get very little argumentation from them to explain why it will be done effectively. As we pointed out, if governments right now were terrible at administering data privacy laws, and there's capacity for abuse, there's capacity for loopholes that will be not taken into account, this will get worse on their side. Because not only do you give them the right to govern data security, you give them the right to govern data deletion. So look at the example of how French authorities were put in the past to remove people's history from searches online. Previously, they were only given the right to delete it from French server search history, but now they can delete global search history. What this means is that right now, you allow the use of the internet in a terrible way, where you being able to delete data crosses borders, you making it very easy for this policy to be abused, where someone can claim that they are able to delete data because this is something that consumers want, which means they're able to harm the ecosystem of information that allows us to learn and make better decisions from each other. So this is to explain why it will be done in a way that's negative, which means even if you believe their side that you have a right to do it, they still have to prove why it's going to be effective. Before that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Yes, considering on our side, users can just go to an app that does the same purposes as Facebook, for example, but just protects their data better. What is the nuanced benefit you're trying to state for ours?
So if you go out of Facebook 1 and you go to Facebook 2, Facebook 2 will still ask for your data. So I'm not clear why that's something that you get to change. But now that Facebook 2 is a much smaller application, you don't get the benefits of you having targeted advertisements, content that you actually want to see. You don't get them charging for their services because they don't have ad revenue they can get from millions of users using their website. So if there's an alternative, the alternative is worse. Thirdly, why do we get accountability and transparency? So this is not just about what your phone number is, right? A 2019 survey from the Pew Research Center shows that it's much more than this, that it's potentially embarrassing photos and videos, but also negative media coverage, data that's collected by law enforcement. The problem is that when people have this red button which they can press, it erases history not about others, but also themselves, where people who are in important positions, elected officials, business leaders have information about them online that people should have the right to see. So if you are someone who is an influential figure, but in the past you have created homophobic tweets saying that people shouldn't deserve rights, sexist remarks online, those are things that you shouldn't have a right to just simply remove, because people who depend on you because they trust you should have a right to see your personality, to see your attitude, and then judge you based off it. If you're a public official who fails their obligation to their citizens, who makes homophobic tweets, then we ought to hold you accountable, and people should be able to see this. We protect transparency, and that is why you have to oppose.
All right. Thank you very much for your speech, Umar. To hear the final speech on the side of proposition, we have the next speaker who has been the MC for today, Gelson Ng. And round of applause for him, please.
Cool. I'll begin the speech in 3, 2, 1. Very clearly, I'm not qualified enough to give you a fully fledged description of what the enforcement of the right to be forgotten is going to look like. That knowledge and expertise resides within the various different panelists and experts you've heard earlier in this event. But one thing that we all definitely are qualified to is a defense to the right to privacy that we have, and the ability for us to control what data and what personal experiences we share online. Because if it isn't the individuals that experienced these issues, if it isn't the persons that had this sort of information, that created this information, and all of this data refers to what makes them human, if they cannot control this data, and if it's handed over to third-party organizations that do not have a guarantee that the data will be protected, this is not a world that is worth digitalizing. There are a few things I want to note at the top of this speech on the opposition's case, because they claim I set up to be contradictory because it affects personal data, but not aggregate data. I would like to briefly clarify that this is not a contradiction, but it is a simple clarification of anonymized facts. Just like I know the amount of revenue my company makes in the last quarter, or the click-through rate of the previous advertisement that my company released. Those do not have names or identities that are tied to them, but there are essential anonymized pieces of data that create broader and more demographic-based aggregate data for companies to use. What this means is that even if some SEO functions are affected at worst, the companies the opposition tries to defend will not suddenly die screaming like they try to claim. But what is interesting, though, is the contradiction in the language of the opposition. Because listen to how their case has progressed throughout this round. The fight to empower data privacy is important. We will do it by enacting more laws. The opposition will operate in an opt-in system because consent and privacy is important on the opposition. But at the very same breath, the first opposition states that they are willing to trade off the right to privacy for the sake of further social utility. This is the line that killed their case. Because if it was true that people have a right to make their information, to control their information, and if it's true that people have a right to the informative social aspects and benefits to create more social utility, the entirety of their model is inherently contradictory to the entirety of what the argument is.
If individuals had the right to access all information of other people in the public, that means there should be no privacy on the opposition, because there should be no ability for you to consent into what information you give or what shouldn't, insofar as social utility is able to be garnered from there. Clearly, social utility does not immediately qualify itself over the inherent right to privacy. What was the important weighing that we gave to you from the very start of the Vesha speech? We told you that when it came towards the individuals that would be able to control your data, when it came to the individuals who will be affected the most, people who are living in a broad society where billions of dollars are collectivized and are able to be invested into resources, to be able to experiment far more, to be able to still create fairly good social services, even absent of the data before the age of digitalization. Those were not going to be the major things that would be affected as a result of this debate. But what will be majorly affected are the experiences that make you you, are the paranoia that you're going to feel about the way you conduct yourself online, and whether or not you can truly act like yourself and keep clear to your identity with the persona you act online. This was the major and most important stakeholder we gave to you from the beginning of the round. No response thus far from the opposition. There are a few questions I want to therefore proceed to answer in this speech. Firstly, is the right to data privacy more important than the social utility of data? And secondly, which side has a better mechanism of protection for your data? The first thing I want to note on the first question, whether data privacy is more important than social utility. They give us two arguments regarding this question. They tell us firstly, you can just delete your horrible actions online. And therefore, this is terrible for individuals that want to oppress others because you're simply able to be forgotten at the snap of a finger. I would like to remind the opposition of the very thing that we explained from the beginning of our setup, that things like hate speech or that criminal activity that affect the personal dignity of other individuals and infringe on the rights of others are not going to be applicable to the right to be forgotten. This also means that if you truly wanted to explain that hate speech can simply be removed or that your crimes can be removed from online platforms, that's not the case within this round. But what I think is even more important is that oppression exists regardless on both sides of the round. Even if you were not to believe that this was true, that even if you were not to believe that you would still be able to, that you wouldn't be able to delete all these horrible actions online, we believe that the ability for individuals to oppress others and to actively weaponize data of victims and activists that are trying to achieve social change are far worse in the face of social activism and are far worse in the face of the people trying to fight. Because these are the only platforms they have to rely upon. When Palestinian defenders can only rely upon the voices on social media and their association with Palestinian defense groups in order for them to be able to align themselves with other people, compared towards individuals who are investing billions of dollars in money trying to actively destroy the campaigns that other people have. Oppression exists on both sides of the round, but people who are being oppressed, victims, only have their data to keep them safe. Which is why even in the very worst case, we still believe that these people should be able to protect themselves from online persecution. But there are two additional ways in which I would like to also weigh this out. Because who do you think is more vulnerable in this debate here? Or is it the companies that have billions of dollars in order for them to still invest into various different advertisements and into various different ways to provide social utility, at most it being a terrible inconvenience to them, sure. But this also affecting various individuals that have no ability to control what happens to their data. They claim that they're able to consent because in the very beginning you were told in the terms and conditions that most people do not read, that in the terms and conditions you are able to foresee what happens to your data in the future. But clearly this was not the case. When data leaks from various different online platforms were conducted, when there was various different horrible exploitations of data that people could not foresee, when they opted into using Facebook, when they opted into using social media platforms, they were ultimately weaponized against them. These were all harms that people faced and put them in a much more vulnerable position So even if a company had to spend a few more dollars in order for them to create a better social utility, we believe this is a worthy trade-off. But secondly, from the Vesh's speech, we give you a plethora of impacts on how data exploitation makes or breaks your ability to become human and to shape your identity online. What was the worst impact in Umar's speech at the very, very best case he gave to you? You will lose the ability to scroll on Facebook and make Facebook friends. Big whoop. This is clearly something that we are willing to trade off. The second question then, which is really quick, is which side has a better mechanism of protection to your data? The only defense they have so far is to say, if governments could not protect your data, they cannot enforce this right. I would like to say it's much simpler to straight up remove data entries than to constantly participate in the constant rat race of whether your cybersecurity systems can keep up with the weapons of hackers. But what I think is most important is the question we raised to you. When governments fail, when companies fail to protect your data, who do we look to? Who is able to protect your data but yourself? In the face of data leaks, where even governmental companies and governmental apps are prone to data leaks like MySejahtera, this ability for us to opt out, for us to protect our privacy, is essential in the proposition.
All right, thank you very much, Gelson. A round of applause for him, please. All right, we have the final debate speech that's going to be given by our next speaker. Her name is Andrea Ong, and she'll be the third opposition speaker. Round of applause for her, please. Thanks.
Hi, I'm assuming you can hear me. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. If you listen closely to the proposition's language, they want to take us back to before the age of digitalization existed, before the phones in your very pockets right now were ever invented, and before scrolling Facebook and TikTok were a thing. Let's just be honest with yourself. That sounds like a terrible life. But if you want to live in this dystopia, be my guest, you can side with the side of proposition. But we are opposition. Preserve your ability to access data-centric infrastructure, and that is the cornerstone of every single social media platform we have today. We safeguard your convenience as an individual, but also safeguard the freedom of information. For all those reasons, very proud to propose. One clarification at the top of this speech. Reading proposition naively tells you that awareness on the right is more important than being able to enforce it. Because as long as people are aware, enforcement will naturally follow. This is problematic for two main reasons. One, to put it simply, if governments do not protect our data privacy rights right now, and they cannot even keep the Facebook and the Googles accountable, like what they tell you all throughout 3 speakers, then why would they enforce the right to be forgotten any better? Reading proposition posits that the structures we have in the status quo are all useless and are incapable of protecting us right now. But at the very same time, they rely on the same problematic structure to enforce their right to be forgotten, and we think that was problematic. If proposition cannot even confirm that the right will be fairly and effectively enforced, then what is the benefit of recognizing this right to begin with? This was unclear.
Point.
The conclusion here is that it has been decades since the first Data Protection Act was introduced, and there are still dozens of loopholes within our policies. We question then, how long is proposition willing to wait until the right to be forgotten is completely feasible to enforce in real society? If not soon enough, we think millions would still be stolen on Dear Savvy House. We think that world is way less preferable. 2 clashes that I would resolve in this speech. First clash on the right to data privacy. We think proposition illustrates you beautifully on how our data isn't being protected, and the right to be forgotten is our last line of defense we have against malicious use of our information online. What is the problem with this? 3 things. Reading 1, the assumption that our data isn't being protected at all is ignorant to all these stringent acts we have in favor of data privacy. For example, we heard this in all the panel discussions earlier. For example, the EU's General Data Protection Regulation, or Apple's Private Relay, or Telegram's end-to-end encryption. These are all mechanisms within the status quo that protect data privacy and are still being improved within the status quo. That means the conversations on data protection are expected to increase even more, and that is the reason why we're proud to stand on opposition. Because within the increasing assimilation of technology into society requires governments to be the bastion of enforcing stricter cybersecurity laws in their respective countries anyways.
Point.
For example, Malaysia's very own National Cybersecurity Committee is decided that cybersecurity bill is to be drafted as soon as possible to protect the Malaysian cybersecurity in the long term. Within these are all mechanisms that we are already accepting within the status quo to ensure that companies are transparent and they stay accountable, to ensure that they do not rip data off of their users, and that's the reason why you cannot stand for the right to be forgotten. But lastly, we think even if all of the enforcements we have are not enough, we think the right to be forgotten on the side of proposition shifts discussions away from enforcing stricter data privacy laws. Why is this true? We think the reason why this will happen is because the right on their side of the house puts the burden on users to simply remove themselves if the net isn't effective in protecting their privacy. That means instead of the burden being on governments to strengthen laws to protect our people, the burden is now on the users to simply remove themselves if they feel unsafe. And if you feel unsafe and you feel victimized, that is entirely your problem because you did not choose to be forgotten to begin with. This is problematic because even if their right was enforced anyways, companies on their side will never learn to change, or because the burden to solving data misuse is on the victim and never the perpetrator. Within at the end of this clash, it is clear, even if the right to be forgotten can be enforced effectively, it will only cause a chilling effect that diverts discussions away from a proper reform, which is arguably the most important key to full cybersecurity for our people. Before I move on, I'll take a POI.
Today, we had the privilege to attend events like this and hear Mr. Siraj Jaril's brilliant talk on dark patterns. Most people are not that fortunate. What happens when they mistakenly opt into systems that exploit their data?
One, we think there are multiple forms of awareness that already exist within the status quo to ensure that people are informed and are making right decisions when they're opting into platforms, for example, that may or may not steal your data. But secondly, that's exactly why when these problems occur, there's more of an incentive for the governments to ensure that change happens within the companies on the ground, and they enforce policies that ensure your data isn't being misused or stolen. Second, clash on history and information. We think there are many instances in which collective data serves as a public good for society. Because this means we can see that even if data privacy is important, we say that it's more important that we strike a balance between data privacy and public good, and they lose the latter part on their side of the house. Here are 3 examples as to why these types of data collection services are very important within the status quo. One, we think autobiographies of historical or public figures will automatically disappear on their side of the house insofar as anyone who feels unsafe on the internet can remove themselves, and every single one of their personal information will be removed from the internet. Or secondly, we think that the business insights to ensure that you have a good marketplace to begin with will completely disappear, and also means you affect things like machine learning and algorithm detection softwares. That means on your side of the house, when you go on a wholesale removal of data on public figures who prefer to be private, we think you catalyze historical inaccuracies, which is worse so on their side of the house. Because this means future generations will now look back and see holes in historical recounts, therefore ruining education forever. Their only rebuttal towards this was that physical documentation exists, and therefore historical recounts and all of these important things can still be kept on their side of the house, and therefore history is not affected. But just to listen to this on the realistic scale, this is bizarre because we live in the digital age, but proposition would like you to resort to note-taking on physical paper to remember historical events. I don't know about you, but that sounds like that sounds ineffective on all levels and also super risky. Just look at the burning of the Library of Alexandria and all of the history lost because it was bound by physical realms. If their side of the house wanted to preserve history by making physical documentations, we think they're the ones that are going to ruin education and people forever. On our side, we not only keep all of the benefits of the digital age and all the reasons why we move towards such a technologically advanced world today, but we also ensure that companies are able to be transparent and stay accountable in ensuring that data privacy is ensured for people on the ground. And that's why reforms trump the right to be forgotten. For all those reasons, propose.
All right, thank you very much for that speech. Round of applause for the final debate speech of the debate. Okay, we'd like to thank the Malaysian World School Debate Education Society and the National Debate Team for this debate. It was quite impressive that a lot of discussion was taking place, a lot of ideas were shared. What's following up after this is a short panel session, but it will not commence immediately. We'll have a bit of a break. But just before the debaters go off, we're going to have a bit of a gift ceremony for them. So I'd like to call upon the, just give me a moment. I'd like to call upon the the chairman, Encik Megat Ishak, to the stage for the handout of the souvenir to our junior debaters and to take a group photo. All right, so first up we have Divish, the first speaker from the proposition side. Thank you. Next up, we have the first speaker from the opposition side, Audric. All right, thank you very much. The next person we have would be Arjun from the proposition side. Thank you very much. Next up, we have Umar Fazlan from the opposition side. Faiza. 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 Yeah, good job. Here we are talking about data dialogue, and all they want to do is take a selfie, right? All right, last speaker we have on the proposition side, Mr. Gelson. And the last person, Miss Andrea. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Encik Megat Ishak, for your time. We appreciate you giving out the gifts for everyone else. Before we go, just a quick 2-minute summary. Our national debate team is selected every single year, and our organization has opted to build a very sustainable organization. We do not, or we have opted not to take grants, and we have opted also not to collect donations. We provide services, and we also provide lots of collaborations with regards to events, courses. And when we sell these courses and events, we take that money and then we fund all these students to go every single year for the World Championships. Every single year, it's at a different country. It was in Vietnam this year. It's going to be in Serbia next year, right? In Serbia next year. And what's after that? Do we know yet? No. Probably very far from Malaysia also. So one of the ways that you can support us is just checking out our booth outside at the corner. We sell shirts, we sell all kinds of stuff there related to merchandise, and most importantly, if you would like to discuss a collaboration with me personally in NWS, please do reach out to me. I'm always happy to do pilots, and we're happy to make sure that the national debate team is seen. If you have feedback for the national debate team, please come to me and let me know. If you think the debate was too dark, it was too long, it was too fast, just let me know, because we want to make sure that we can tweak this for the benefit of everyone in the future, right? We don't want to make you feel like you're a captive audience, yeah, although you technically are. All right, debaters, thank you very much for your time. You can exit the table. We'd like to invite everyone for a quick tea break, right? For approximately, well, now you have given you 5 extra minutes, so 20 minutes. We'll commence at 4:45, right? See you then.
Orang tak pergi marah. Macam mana berniaga? Orang tak boleh marah. Aku lah. Itulah. Tak kira. Minum beli juga. Pasal rela. So we haven't worn you out yet, Dato. We haven't worn you out yet. Yeah, it was a little bit. We'll tell them. I'm retiring.
So, anyway, but I'm sure you'll be somewhere in the industry.
And figure out because I'm jack of all trades, master of none.
So I'm also running for the
So, yeah, okay.
I'm jack of all. I'm really jack of all.
Well, you know, that see any opportunities for us to go together, telephone back to CFM, but I think there are areas where we can do. What do you say? I tested that. Possible areas that I think that, you know, I mean, if we're all, say like scams, for instance, if we do anything on scams, we focus on certain types once it's been verified, so it's a scam and then you verifies, and MCMC will work with the service provider. So because in our case, it's the community, right? So that's what I said. Oh, I know that she didn't know. That's like she's telling everything. No, it's just that MCMC is always very
Hello, everyone. Hope you have had a refreshing break. We're about to resume the final session of this event momentarily. I'm not too sure if any people can hear me from out there, but this microphone is pretty loud. So if you can hear me, we will be resuming shortly. Please enter the hall. And if you're entering the hall, please settle in your seats. Thank you. All right, we can begin resuming our event so far with the final session. However, before this, welcome back to the hall. Seeing that we are currently approaching the end of our overall event, I trust that some of us will eventually need to drive back. This is going to be a very good, or at least I think some of you guys will enjoy this fact that I've just been told. For those of you who are using parking, whichever card that you have used or collected from earlier, you can feel free to validate it at the registering counter down at the lobby, and you will be able to get it validated at a flat rate of 5 ringgit. So you get to save money, which is pretty good. All right, cool. Now we are ready to begin the final session of this event. I would like to invite Dato Indranee Turasingam from the Federation of Malaysian Consumers Associations, also known as FOMCA, and Mr. Jean-Francois Quirault from the IO Foundation to the stage for a panel session.
This one doesn't want to switch on. Okay. Here we are. All right. So we are on the last session as indicated, and we are going to try to have a bit of a more relaxed panel style, but more conversation directed type of session, in which I'm essentially going to be having a bit of a chat here with Dato. We'll be commenting a little bit on the topic and some of the arguments exposed during the debate, and we'll be expanding and just going on a little bit around on both areas of expertise or dedication, rather, I would say. Right to be forgotten. That was basically the topic of the debate. What do you think that it means to have the right to be forgotten?
Well, I think for us as consumers, as someone who's going online, that you do not want your data to be there anymore, and sometimes maybe even the tracking of how that data got to that particular company or to that particular website, you want everything to be deleted, basically. So the right to erase yourself from that particular site. So I would say that would be the right to be forgotten. And I think the PDPA does give certain provisions. It does provide certain provisions to the consumer, but these are only in, as was mentioned in our first panel, that PDPA only covers commercial transactions. So which means, for example, if we have subscribed to a broadband package or a telephony package, and we are no longer subscribing to that particular company, and that company has got my data, then I would have a right under the PDPA to ask that particular service provider to delete my information, my data, from that particular company. But I think when you're talking about right to be forgotten, actually is much bigger than that.
Agreed.
It's much bigger than that. We are talking about the issue of freedom of expression. That your data on Google, you don't want to be on the search engine, things like that. So it's much bigger. And at this moment, we do not have a clear proviso or outline or any laws or measures that covers that the consumers can actually use and say, hey, I want to use this particular provision to delete my information. We don't have that yet. And I think that's something we have to push for because, as I said, PDPA only covers commercial transactions. And as we know, even the review of the act doesn't seem to cover government or, those kind of things. So even when it comes to, our home security or our where we register our Jabatan Pendaftaran. So some of the government agencies that collects our data, we cannot request for that because PDPA doesn't cover. So I think this is where there's a loophole, and we need to see how we can actually use either current provisions or push for some new provisions. I don't know whether the cybersecurity can do something, but if not, we need to look at some best practices from other countries.
What do you think is the primary challenge or the primary friction for the right to be forgotten to be not addressed at the moment? So we've been discussing about the possibility that the current provisions may not be sufficient. They may not be covering enough areas. So commercial, truly, it's only one side of all the information that is collected from a user, from a citizen, I prefer to say. What do you think is in your impression or from the feedback you may have gotten from your membership, what do you think is the main challenge / friction for that to be implemented?
I mean, even when you talk about commercial transactions, like where I said we do have the provision under PDPA, but many a times I would say that the corporations actually do not adhere to that. And I can give you a clear example. When we talk about, access to credit, when we have, I'm sure you all have heard about agencies like SICRIS and CITOS, yeah. So SICRIS is again an independent company, a third-party company that collects data about bankruptcy notices from the media, and they actually have a database. They have collected that and they've put it all in a database. And the banking industry, a lot of the different industries actually rely on SICRIS information when they want to give out loans and things like that. Although it's not I would say 100% kind of accepted by Bank Negara, because Bank Negara always talks about SICRIS, which is part of the government agency. So they are regulated, they have to do certain things. But CITOS is not regulated by Bank Negara. It's just a third-party company that collects this data. Now, what happens is, okay, I'm declared bankrupt in the year 2003. And okay, maybe 5 years, 10 years later, I've become credit worthy. I've paid my debts, and I know I'm now much better and a better financial position. Now, just say in 2023, I want to apply for a loan, but my information is still in CITOS because CITOS does not delete the previous data. They just collect and that's it, so PDPA should be applied to them because they are in a commercial transaction. They're actually selling this data to companies, but until today you still get banks relying on CITOS old information. They're not required to, or they're not doing it, they're not deleting this information, unlike in countries like UK and so on, where who's giving that kind of credit rating or so on, they have within a certain span of time, once the consumer is in a better position and they inform them that, my credit worthiness has changed, then they are required by law to change the status of that consumer. So that's my worry that, under PDPA, although the provision is there, but there seems to be that the companies are not actually complying with the current provisions already, So my worry is that even with the review and
We're having some feedback loop right there. Yes. Some of the microphones should be switched off. We got the cavalry going on.
I thought it was a helicopter.
One, two, 1, 2.
Yeah.
Are we still on?
Okay, so for me, really, I see that the non-compliance by the businesses, they seem to be taking the consumers for a ride, taking us for granted. I would openly say that because, as I said, I've attended a few meetings. I see companies not really being very discerning to the consumers' interests, only wanting to gather the data, but not actually, protecting or being ethical in the way that they are using consumers' data. And again, I would blame both the consumers and the business because, as was mentioned in the debate, that sometimes we don't value our data. We don't see how important it is. And I liked your point where you said, what if it's a strand of a DNA? And maybe that's the point that we need to start telling consumers, that what you're giving out is something about your DNA. Would you want to give a strand of your DNA? And sometimes the scare tactics work much better, I would say.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people work better with a stick than with a carrot. So when we are talking about data and being able to be accessible or having the ability to delete it, there's a component that I usually do not hear in these kind of conversations, which is time, or rather the usability of that data across time. So for instance, if anyone here gets the PIN number of their credit card being stolen, in reality, that information, even if it gets leaked, it's only valid for as long as the card is valid. 2-3 years later, that information is useless at that point. Of course, there's information that retains validity and usability across a larger period of span of time. The idea would be, how do you perceive this idea of obsolescence when it comes to data? Do you think that, for instance, okay, let's imagine that we reach out overnight to a utopian situation in which people have control over the data, but thanks to new technology, that's going to be a transition. All the data that has been shared before may not be covered by this new technology. Do you think that it would be sufficient, or do you think that you would still want to try to go to the previous one and make sure that there's still agency over the data?
No, so you are saying that all the previous data is still there? Is
Still there,
available.
unprotected, or under the same circumstances that we have nowadays, and then some new technology comes in that allows us to have bigger control, more automated control, if you will, better enforceability of upon that data. do you think that that transition time would be, well, it is what it is, let's move forward? Or you would still want to try to do something about that previous
Yeah,
data?
I think it depends on the kind of data that we want to collect. At the moment now, I think there's this initiative to collect our health records and to to kind of collect that data and put it into electronic form and see how consumers can actually hold or control that data of their own health records. But there's already initiatives that the government is doing it. The government is now trying to also do that to have electronic health records. Private companies are also trying to do that among themselves. They're actually competing among each other to see how they can actually get access, because that's big money. Big pharma companies would be willing to pay millions to get access to consumers' data, what kind of sickness you have, what kind of medicines you're taking. So what can I produce better or do target advertising and so on. But for me, I would say that I think there's already one or two initiatives that I've met some of them where the company has actually developed a particular software. So which means it's a bit more so it's not a server, but it's a particular software that where consumers themselves can be in charge of their own data. That means they hold ownership of their data. So then they decide what they will share when they go to clinic A. I will only share this particular data from my visit from this particular clinic, but not the rest of the other information. So which means we will need to delete all previous data, or we have to kind of gather all that previous records and put it all in one place. So again, it depends on what kind of data that we're talking about. If it's something that is about advertising and so on, that's fine. But our behavior change, our patterns of consumption changes over time. So it again depends on what kind of data that we're talking. If it's health, I think it's really important. Then we should delete, or we should collate everything together, gather everything from all the different sources and put it all in one place.
That raises a number of interesting questions, and so I'm going to try to contextualize a little bit the importance when every time that we're talking about data and what we should care about, and the example about the strand. Since most of you still will have the flags, and I really want you to be a bit more participant in the conversation. I want you to be able to also go to the microphone and ask questions any given time. Do not wait for a Q&A. Just go into the microphone. We'll give you the turn. Who thinks here that they don't mind about sharing their data because they have nothing to hide? Give me green for I don't care and red for I care a lot. Be honest, it's fine. Okay, green, I don't care, I care a lot. Few more people over there waiting. Yes, so how much do you care about sharing the data and your privacy? Green, I care a lot. Green, I don't care, I have nothing to hide. Red, I care a lot about it. Interesting, there's no green whatsoever. Okay. Edward Snowden put it quite interestingly when he said that not caring about your privacy because you have nothing to hide is pretty much akin to say that you don't care about freedom of expression because you have nothing to say. For the most part, even you may have the ability or the capacity, the technical knowledge to be able to protect your data. You also have to think that many others may not. And so when you try to apply for regulations that might be protecting privacy, it's not only about yourself, it's about anybody else as well. There is this, oh, and by the way, for those who may not have dared to go on green, I always say that the following: if you think that you don't care about sharing your data, I would invite you to, at any given time, give us the PIN number of your credit card. And also go there to the microphone and announce to us the last time you had sex. What I'm trying to illustrate here is that there is data that we care about because there are social implications sometimes, financial implications, political implications, implications of any sort. And it's not always easy to verbalize them. Sometimes we just have a little bit of a feeling of what it could be, but we don't really know how to express them. Those are very, very real nonetheless. And so privacy and the protection of of our own privacy are not topics to be taken very lightly. Now, Dato was mentioning about a certain amount of technologies / companies / platforms that are currently giving you a certain degree, sometimes good, sometimes not so good, degree of control about the data you might be sharing. But I want you to be a little bit cautious about these type of solutions. So the aim that they're trying to provide is the right direction, as in you get to have your own database of information, and you may get to share whichever information that you want with whoever you want, provided that the circumstances are the ones that you accept. So for instance, you're going to the doctor and they will need to have access to your medical history to figure out if this ailment that you have, if it has prior symptoms, could be something that you have to look into and run more exams. That's a fair case scenario. But it might not always be the case. And it's what you have right now is what we discussed about this morning on the digital twins. You have all of these copies of your information distributed across so many platforms, and you barely have any agency over them. Now, it's important to remember that a piece of data does not know that it is a piece of data. In other words, number 5 does not know that it is number 5. And when it is copied, it also doesn't know that it's being copied. Okay? They don't have numbers, data points don't have consciousness, if you want to keep it that way, if you want to express it that way. What I mean to say is that the moment that you have provided the data to an endpoint, that endpoint has learned the data. You get what I mean? So let's say, for instance, that I protect all my data in my own silo, and that I'm going to be selectively sharing part of it with agent X. The moment that I have shared those 5 data points, they have learned those 5 data points. They don't need to ask me anymore. So those current technologies allow you to have that first step of being able to control on your end, but there is no consistent good technology at the moment to be able to control at the remote end. So once they have used the data, how do I have a reassurance that they're not keeping a copy out of it? How can I assure that there's no a digital twin that has been created out of it? There are technical solutions that have been developed. I'm not saying that's not the case. It is actually the case, and better solutions are coming out. It's just typically those are called pods. So basically, you make a kind of a copy of your own or a proxy. You send it somewhere else. Something happens over there based on what has been the agreement, and you send it back. A very typical use case scenario that you can think of, for instance, would be, let's say, for instance, that Malaysia has been running some study on cancer. And the US has also some type of other research, and they could make use of the results that have been obtained in Malaysia. And there's an agreement between the 2 hospitals or the 2 research centers to exchange the data. What happens nowadays is the Malaysian Research Center will package all the information, agree on a format, send it to the US. Good luck. You can try to enforce all possible reassurances by maybe sending 2 or 3 people from the research center in Malaysia over the US to monitor what's being done with the data, but it's still a very manual process. Ideally, what you would want to happen is when I'm sending you the data, we're going to be agreeing on what can and cannot happen on that data. And we're going to write a manifesto that both parties are going to be signing. And that manifesto has to be enforced at the remote site. And there has to be a technical way for the Malaysian Research Center to remote attest whether that mandate has been what has been applied to the data. At the moment, that type of technology is very, very difficult to implement. It's not very readily available. But think about what you do on a daily basis. So tomorrow you have 3 errands to run. And all of them happen, let's say you have to do 3 errands with the government. All of them have business hours in the morning. I'm making it up. And you're not going to be able to go to the 3 places at the same time. What do? You ask a friend relative, your spouse, whoever, can you please go to JPJ? Can you please go to whatever? And you will give them instructions as to what you expect to happen. I need you to renew my my road tax. I need you to get an extract from my certificate of whatever. Here is the data that you require for that, a copy of my IC or a signed paper authorizing you to do whatever. Please do this particular action. Come back to me with the result. And by the way, don't tell the cops that I didn't pay. You know, if they ask you, tell them I pay all my fees, whatever. Okay. So you are basically telling what kind of information you want to reveal, what kind of information you don't want to reveal, and what is the specific outcome of that operation. Come the end of the day, those other two people will come to you and update you and consolidate all the information of the processes of the operations that happen remotely in which you were not part of. That's what we do on a regular basis. There is no reason whatsoever that you wouldn't have something similar on your technology. In other words, nothing stops you from having your own personal Siri or Alexa, not the ones that big tech is selling to you, because they're bringing their commercial people to your house. But let's assume that you would have your own equivalent at home, being able to control the data that you require, that you host, and anytime that you do need to do something remotely, you could instruct your personal assistant, your digital personal assistant, this is what I want to happen. This is the data you're going to be able to reveal. Off you go. That is not totally science fiction. And it's probably going to be one of the few alternatives that are going to be reasonable in terms of implementation moving forward. Now, looking at that, what are the main concerns that you may have heard from your membership or from other international consumer associations around the world as to what are the dangers of the current state of data use or lack of agency upon our own data?
Actually, I mean, when we talk about the issue of privacy and data protection, this is actually something which is slowly emerging only now. I would say it's only in the last 2 years that even Consumers International, which is the global consumer movement, which has about 200 over members across the world, in about 100 countries. Now, I would say that it's only in the last 2 years that they started looking into the issue of privacy, very actively being involved in the issue of ISO standards. So they're looking at privacy by design. At least that's a first step where they want consumer participation in making sure that the consumer voice is heard when this privacy by design standard is being developed at the ISO level. And also, I think next year, they are planning to actually use AI as their thematic topic to get consumer groups across the globe to look into the areas of consumer protection and AI. So I think it's only now slowly emerging, and what they will be planning to do is collecting some of these breaches and some of these, I would say, these bottlenecks, and to see how then Consumers International globally can actually push for this agenda. So I think we've been late in moving on this area, the Consumer Association, because as we heard just now, it's various different ministries being involved in the process. Like I told you, about the e-commerce. If it's something which is between two parties, then it's the Ministry of Domestic Trade. But if it's electronic commerce using the social media, it's another agency. So I think in that sense, the consumers are also, not sure where to go. But I also think then the enforcement is weak. The regulatory framework is weak. We have not come up with a comprehensive legal framework, and I think that's where we need to go. Either we do that, or we come up with a strong standard, industry-based standard that all businesses would have to follow. At least that would be that absolute minimum. What I see now is an issue is that the very weak regulatory framework. So for consumer organizations, yes, they collect these complaints, but they can't settle these complaints. They can't do any resolution with these complaints. So we can only document and then channel this back to the government to say, these are some of the gaps. Can you consider and look into it? And that's what we've been doing all this while. So I hope that, in this upcoming year, especially in 2024, that consumer groups across the globe can actually come together and push certain issues like the right to be forgotten, perhaps would be one of the areas that we'll be looking at. And also then when we talk about AI, the use of AI in when we're talking about data and privacy, what would be the areas that we'd be looking at? Because again, it's machine learning. We want to ensure that vulnerable consumers are protected because machine learning sometimes can create biasness that can lead to discrimination as well. So how do we cover those areas? The women, the children, the disabled community, there are many segments, the indigenous people. So I think we'll have to see how these areas all come together. So I think it'll be more of a mapping of challenges, mapping of bottlenecks that the consumer groups will start doing, and then seeing what are some of the best practices. Of course, the EU GDPR is the golden standard, I would say. But at least, kind of emulating that to a certain extent to see what can we kind of do in our respective countries. And I hope that Malaysia, would follow suit as well. Because my concern is that the consumer associations have not been consulted in all these processes of coming up with these various laws on data. We have not been consulted at all, and that's why it's been all on our own initiatives, finding out from our complaints. Suddenly consumers are calling us and saying, hey, my data is being used for this, so what can I do? So when we start collecting the data, that's when we know that, oh, there's so many complaints of this nature, and then we try to do a memorandum or have a dialogue with the relevant agency. So that's another thing that we would like to push for, that write to many of the relevant agencies to say, don't forget us, because at the end of the day, we are the ones who are going out and informing consumers on how they should behave. I think you heard just now that everybody started talking about awareness and education. But what's happening now is, yes, the industry is doing their own education. If you ask them, the telephone companies will tell you, yes, we are doing consumer education. The broadband internet companies will say, yes, we are doing education. But everybody is doing in isolation, and they're only doing their one particular area. But when we heard just now, we heard that, it has to cut across the board. It's not only talking about PDPA, but it's also talking about the right to expression. We have to put everything together as a package. And then, of course, for the young, yes, we are planning to do that in a syllabus. But what about the vulnerable consumers? Like I said, the elderly. Many elderly consumers are coming to us. I just had a complaint last Friday, where the elderly have been targeted because of their health concerns. They're being targeted by a lot of these companies, health-based companies, whether they're genuine or not. They put gadgets on them, something on their ears, and after 10 minutes they say, oh, your liver is something wrong with your liver, and then you come for a 9,000 ringgit treatment. And he went for a IV, and for the first round, and when he asked the person, what's in the IV, she said, no, I don't know what's in the IV. She was a Filipino staff. So when she went out, he tore the paper and he asked someone later, and it was just glucose and vitamin C, paying for a 10 course, and this is how consumers are actually being targeted, these vulnerable consumers. And when you go to the ministry will say, oh, this is not under our purview, please go to another agency. And this is where we are stuck. And this is why we want to start collecting this kind of different complaints, and we want to kind of highlight this in the media, highlight this to the government, highlight this to the businesses, that they have to take action. They have to be accountable. When we talk about the online platforms, again, a lot of the online platforms like Meta and so on, they don't take responsibility. They say, oh, we are only providing the platform, but it's the online sellers who are responsible. We, especially Meta says, oh, we are only a social networking site. We bring information between the sellers and the consumers, and you then decide to purchase whatever products, because we don't have a cart in our marketplace, unlike Grab and Shopee and Lazada, where you have a card which you can put in your checkout session. So they said, oh, those companies, yes, they must be a party to the Electronic Transaction Act, but we are only a social networking platform, so we should not be bound by these laws and so on. We should be free. And this is where I feel a lot of the businesses must take responsibility. That's the gap I see as the biggest issue moving forward, that we need to see how we can do that. And we can only do that if we educate our consumers, we bring the vulnerable communities to the table of discussion. For example, recently when Miros had a session on micro mobility, I brought somebody, and FOMCA had a seat, 2 seats actually, to sit in that policy making committee. I brought in one of the representatives from the disabled community to sit with us, because they would share what are the issues that they are facing when it comes to transport. I'm not from the disabled community. I may only raise some of the concerns, but I wanted them to have a voice. And I think that's where consumer groups like us, we can play a role in ensuring that the vulnerable consumers' voice are heard, when policies, when standards are being made in this country, so that we are not left behind.
I think most of the time, people don't realize the global scale of technology and how does it go way beyond our own borders. And we
Yes.
think about our own little devices at home or in our pockets, and we don't think about all the infrastructure and all the data, the way it travels cross borders, of which we lose absolute control over it. So to close, and seriously, there's no one who wants to get the microphone for a question, even hard ones. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
yes.
Hi, not so much a question, but just to share something. Dato, you mentioned just now about CITOS, and everyone knows what CITOS is. And you also mentioned the PDPA. The thing is, of course, CITOS is not regulated under, or rather by the PDPC, because they have their own act, the Credit Reporting Agencies Act. And the PDPA is expressed as, the PDPA expressly doesn't apply to CITOS. But this is the thing, whereas everyone knows about CITOS, very few people know about the regulatory authority that, yang memantau CITOS, which is the Registrar of Credit Reporting Agencies. And in fact, the legislation provides for the obligation for CITOS to ensure accuracy of credit information. And it is actually an offense if they don't update their record. But again, unlike, I suppose, Jabatan Perlindungan Data Pribadi, which has a lot more publicity surrounding it in recent years, I don't think anyone actually knows about the Registrar of Credit Reporting Agencies, because that is actually the regulatory authority to which you can submit your complaint. And the little that I know, at least the provisions in terms of investigation and enforcement, in many respects, parallel the investigative powers of the Jabatan Perlindungan Data Pribadi and the PDPA. But again, it's one of those agencies, as you were mentioning, right? Someone comes to you and nobody, and one ministry says, this is not under our purview, etc., etc. And CITOS is a great example, because not many people know about the Registrar of Credit Reporting Agencies, which is
The point I wanted to make was that, as you said, under the credit reporting, they have to actually amend. If a consumer comes and, says, I am now credit worthy after 10 years, they are supposed to amend as what the law provides, but they're not doing it. And as you said, the regulatory body is not
correct.
enforcing it.
Again,
Yeah.
it's a
The lack of
situation here where,
enforcement,
the law is there.
Yeah.
But then it's a question of
Enforcement.
the enforcement.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I wanted to draw back to the topic today, that was data dialogue, choice, control, and ownership. So the question here, which I'm looking at, is who actually has the choice to the data, who has the control to the data, and who is the owner of the data. So when the debate was going on, it struck me that what the proposing team was saying is, you got to give me the right. If I've given you the data, you got to give me the equal right to delete that data if you have breached the TNC. Right? Now, there is also organizations who will say, no, we have the right to keep your data as long as we want to keep it because it is ours now. So this is where I felt that consumers really have to be sort of given awareness, and it all depends on how we want to take this. You want to give the choice, control, and ownership to the consumer, then they have the right to tell the organizations or the businesses, look, I'll give you what I need to give you. You process what you need to process. But when I request for you to delete, you have to delete it. Right? And that right, I think, should be given to the consumers and those who are participating in buying a product. I was in the banking sector. So we strictly enforce 7 years retention of records. That's required under regulation. Right? And if it's under investigation, until the investigation closes, we have to hold that record, right, with us. So when that comes to be enforced, we do explain to the customers or the consumer that this is how it is. It is the regulation that requires us to hold your data. But after the 7-year period, we have to go into destruction of records, right? And that is where the deletion of the customer data comes in. So again, it all again comes down to, repeat again, that the choice, control, and ownership is of the consumer, and the regulations have to be very clearly enforced. So the question now is, I need to know from the panel itself, how would you all see this? Would it be right to say the consumer holds the choice, control, and ownership? Or will it be the businesses that has the choice, control, and ownership?
May I take this one? Okay, so from the perspective, my personal perspective, which is also the perspective of the organization that I manage, the data is yourself. There is no distinction. And I make the case about it in the sense that the only reason why we get to be interested on one specific data set is for two. One, because the format of that data has been agreed upon, and we can discuss, what that data set looks like. And second, it has been sufficiently contextualized so it has any value. So most of the time, it points out to one specific individual. It could be pointing out to a group. It doesn't really change the conversation. It is data that represents that individual or that group. And then and only then that data has any value. If I would to theoretically, because it's not really happening anymore, fully anonymize a set of data, it would lose all type of meaning and all type of value. I wouldn't know what to do with it. And so that piggybacks to what I was mentioning this morning in the first panel, in which there seemed to be a huge disconnect between what data is and what we perceive, or the way we are operationalizing our use of data. And currently there's 11 different definitions around the world. And so that adds much more to the complexity. So we already have a problem on trying to figure out what data is and making peace with that concept. And then starting to have local regulations in order to tackle with that particular situation. Now, if different jurisdictions understand and define data differently, good luck trying to enforce any type of cross-border data protection, because for them it will be a different thing. For some of them, it's going to be IP, intellectual property. Some of it's going to be a resource. For others, it's going to be myself, for whatever. And so those enforcements are going to be necessary because of the same reason that I was mentioning before. We are losing perspective of the global span of technology. It's not just something that happens only in your house, not in your country. It's happening all over the globe. All the data, all the platforms are distributed across the globe. And so it's inevitable for your data to be crossing from one jurisdiction to another. And it's a very similar situation to, let's say, driving. So in order for us to be able to drive a car somewhere else, we needed to all agree as to what was a road, and how do you trace lines in the road, and what are the colors for the street lights, etc., etc. And what are the main basic rules to be able to conduct yourself on the road. Yes, there are differences. Malaysia drives on the left side, the rest of the Europe drives on the right side. those are very, very small differences. Not long ago, I was in California. I was discovering many, many new panels that I never seen in my life. And I've been driving for quite some time. But those are very, very localized. In the big scale of things, I know how to drive a car anywhere in the world. And I'm allowed to do so because we have harmonized the regulations. We do not have any step, any near close to harmonize understanding and data, management and data, and ensuring agency across data, which is basically what we're going to be missing. When you describe a digital twin, there's essentially three elements to be considered. One is authenticity, so to make sure that the data that reflects that physical element is authentic, as in it has been measured and not evaluated or created synthetically by a machine. And what do I mean by that is, if I'm, let's say, trying to generate a digital twin of the gentleman in front of me, if I measure the color of his shoes, then I can have a very good, accurate, authentic measurement, and that data point is going to be authentic. If I'm making evaluation about what kind of shoes he may be wearing tomorrow based on his previous consumption patterns, that would be a not authentic data, because I'm generating it based on an algorithm. Then comes the accuracy, how accurate that data is. And accuracy really is a factor of what is the use case scenario required for the data. For certain things, you require higher accuracy, for others, not so much. And the third, to me, arguably most important element is agency. How much agency do you have over that data? And we are very, very far from all of those conversations at the moment. It's not something that is at all, it is discussed to a certain degree in certain industries, in certain sectors. There is this organization called the Object Management Group, the OMG, and they do have a lot of conversations at an industry base and very localized on digital twins. But by far and large, this is something that is very, very, very new, unfortunately. So because we are apparently over time, very briefly, what does utopia look like to you? Let's dare to dream.
Yeah, well, I think going back to the topic, as was mentioned by our participant just now, ideally, if consumers actually do have a choice whether they want to opt in to a particular, data requirement, and whether we actually have control, because actually at the moment now we really don't know which particular industry has access to our data. The ones that, okay, if we subscribe to a particular company and we're given a plan and so on, like for the telephone and broadband, yes, we know they have our data. But many others where we have gone digitally, our digital footprint, we don't know where our data has gone to. So ideally, if I am able to Google and say, Indrani, and I can pull all my data from everywhere, that would be something that I would like to have. That I would like to have it all in one place, that I know where I have put my information to. So having choice, opting in, having control over that. And the third one is ownership. Yes, definitely. Technically, of course, ideally, I'm saying, as you said, we are the ones who own the data. But whether in reality, do we really own it? Or is it the businesses who are owning it? Or is it the government that's owning it? I understand that the government is coming up for, to address the issue of subsidies. They're coming up with a new online database. And there are 17 points of data information that they're planning to collect. Health is one of the areas. So which means I have to start informing everything about my health, everything about my banking, how much, what land do I have, how big is my house, how much is my income. All that data is going to be in one place. And as we heard, PDPA doesn't cover. So for me, that's really a place that I do not want to go to. But if I can have ownership and I can have control and I have the choice, that would be my utopia. So the topic was really on point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have reached the end of this panel, and I believe I'll be calling back the MC.
All right, cool. Hopefully you can hear me. All right, there you have it. That was a very insightful session. Thank you everyone for coming. There you have it. A day filled with very enlightening discussions, very valuable discussions, and perhaps a few aha moments. In this sense, when we want to wrap up this session, we would like to end with as much personal engagement as possible. Are there any further questions that we would like to ask this panel? All right, in that sense, we'll be willing to finish up this event. Before we part ways, let me express our deepest gratitude to everyone who has made Data Dialogue possible. Our heartfelt thanks goes out to our incredible panelists, our moderator and instigator, Mr. Siraj Jalil for the talk on dark patterns and MWSDES for the debate session. And also thank you to Dato Idrani and Mr. Jean for that interesting panel earlier. A final round of applause for our organizing committee, volunteers, and every individual who played a big role in this event, making us a success. I have two more parting messages as the MC before we eventually leave. Firstly, we would like to remind everyone that has used parking for this event, because we really want you to save money, that if you go and validate your card at the registration counter at the lobby, you will be able to get a flat rate for your parking at about 5 ringgit. So that's good money saved. The second message that we have, before we bid farewell, let's carry the knowledge and connections that we forged today in our everyday lives. Remember that the digital world may be vast, but together we can navigate it with wisdom and responsibility. On behalf of CFM, the IO Foundation, and MWS, thank you for attending our Data Dialogue event, whether it is physically or virtually. We appreciate your attendance. Safe travels, stay curious, and until we meet again at the crossroads of innovation and insight. Thank you, everyone, and goodbye.